ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Past the seas where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Faces bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lines are laid. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lives are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
Shit.
Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Past the seas where shadows roam, silent screams with far
That is not doing these, but two things that grab and shit.
stories fade, in the cave where lines are laid. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
Right. Welcome in, everybody. We are playing on a new server, but an old map. So, I'm going to see what this is like. I played on it a little bit earlier. One of the admins was kind of a dick, calling people out for stupid shit, but we're going to give it a try anyways. Let's see. Shoot gun and entertain you? Well, there'll definitely be some shooting later on. Okay, I've got an echo. Hang on just 1 second. Oh, and I know why. I know why. This should solve it. I'll giggle. Yeah, it definitely makes you stand out. Can't say that I'm too impressed with the admin that approached me earlier. I didn't catch his name. I didn't really pay attention to it, so. Okay, we'll turn our NVGs on. This is their HQ. This is where everybody spawns, apparently. Figure out how I got in or out of here. Oh, God, what the? Okay, that's interesting. Ah, there it is. If my shit's still on the ground out here, we'll pick it up and not be a slob, and we'll go sell it, I guess. But if it's gone, then it's gone, so not too worried about it. Oh, my body's still there. Dead body. We'll take this stuff, I guess. I probably shouldn't, but you know what? I'm gonna take it anyway. Dead body. And clothing, because I think I can sell the clothing. It doesn't go for very much because it's starter clothing, but Wow, that's weird. I don't really care for the... At least we'll get rid of the flies. Ugh. Polish croc or snakeskin pattern. Yeah, well, this is for freshies. That's how the admins and other players can recognize somebody who's either just died or is new to the server. And since I can't talk in game, that's kind of why they that one admin was kind of a dick. He wouldn't let me explain anything to him. He wouldn't read the chat. So I just fucked off. I was like, okay, whatever, dude. Weapons, attachments, components, building supplies. Oh, gotta tell you that is aggressively orange. Medical.
Hello. Who?
I don't know if he's the same guy, but Ca Callington. Oh, lead admin. The other guy's a dick. Um, I don't know why it does. Some of these traders do this shit. It fucking. It wants to sell the one that's equipped before it fucking sells the one that's freely available. Yeah, at least that one looked at chat. The other one just made an announcement to everybody on the server that keep an eye on him because he refused the starter pack. It's not that I refused it. It's that I was one of the hideous character models. I don't like that character model. She grunts and groans all the fucking time, no matter what, and it drives me nuts. See, and my NVGs are equipped, and maybe it's because there's a battery in there. It wants to sell it first. Nope. Well, actually, you know what? Doesn't matter. So of course it's gonna sell the one that's equipped to my fucking head. Stupid fucking shit like that. I hate it. Go through and check your files, you fucks. See, and then it wants to sell my pants, even though I'm wearing my fucking pants. These are the pants that should be available for fucking sale, not the ones that I'm fucking wearing. Dipshits. Yeah, but I don't want to sell my pants with all the fucking shit in it. You get what I mean? And it wants to sell your pants that have all the fucking shit in it before it sells the fucking empty pants in your fucking hands. They need to get their shit together. See, that should not have. You have two different items in this item. There's nothing in the item in my fucking hands. Now watch. I'm wearing an item. It should not be available for sale. They need to go through and check their fucking availability in their fucking files. And it still shows that I'm wearing it. That's so fucking stupid. That is insanely idiotic. And it's, from what I understand, it's a simple fix. It's in the files. They can make it so that it won't even show up if there's anything inside of it or anything equipped to it or if you're wearing it. It makes it unavailable for sale in the trader. And all they have to do is go in there and click those fucking boxes and you'll never have that fucking problem. You'll never have to worry about anybody going, "Oh fuck, I just sold a shirt that had $5 million in it," you know? It's so annoying and frustrating, to say the least. So instead of fucking having to do this stupid fucking shit, so that I don't lose my shit, they could simply fix that in their fucking execution in their files. And then you wouldn't have that problem ever again.
Ah, nice. You got yourself a jump pack.
Jesus, I'm sitting here talking, I'm muted. Nice.
Oh,
Hey,
that's why I couldn't hear you.
yeah, I'm an idiot sometimes. So I spawned in and some of my shit was on the ground. A message popped up when I went to spawn in saying some stuff couldn't fit in my inventory, which is stupid because I have 2,000 slots just on my back alone. Never mind my armor.
Where did you have it?
I was at 180 Outpost. I think it was Alter, maybe.
Oh no, I mean, where did you have it in your inventory?
I had a bunch of different stuff. I had went to Outpost and logged. I don't know if anything's missing. I don't think it is. I think everything is there.
Ooh. Staticky mic.
Okay, I'll
Just-
pass the note on to our developer
Okay.
so into it.
Alright. I was just curious if you had any idea why they do that. It ain't really a huge deal. If I lost something, I lost something.
Honest, I'm not sure why I would do that. Sometimes, like, if you have a helmet in a helmet slot and a helmet on, it'll drop it in your gloves, boots, and stuff.
Airlift.
That's as far as I know as that usually goes.
Okay, yeah, because it
He's a
dropped
hair lip.
everything except
He's
the
a
skin
hair lip.
those still stayed, and everything stayed on. So, I don't know. It was weird.
I don't know. We'll have to have the developer go for dogs, see if he can pin what happened.
Okay,
Thank you for the info, though.
no problem. Hey, you okay, buddy? Up here. You need anything? No guns, ammo, anything like that? Here, let me give you some stuff. Hold on.
It's over on. Not too much.
Here you go, buddy. Here, pick this stuff up.
Oh, he's gonna do it again. What's that?
The skins can be, when you go to sell them, you can, I would suggest repairing them first. When you go to, trader, it's gonna be, hunting trader. Here, let me see what else I got for you. Hold on.
Oh, his mic is. Oh, terrible.
You need a better backpack? What do you got for a pack? Hey, come here really quick. Come here. I'm gonna hook you up. Make sure you pick you yank that stuff up. Alright, hold on. 1 second. I'll get you a pack.
Oh.
Come on.
Wait, where did that come from? Did I pick that up? I don't even know if I picked that up. Where did that
Fuck
come
is,
from?
the hell? I can't buy them. That's kind of fucked.
Of course, you can't buy them.
Yeah, where did it go? There it is. Hey, make sure you pick up this diesel coin right here. No problem. You got a good gun. What do you got for a weapon? Alright. Hold on.
Oh, thank you. Turn that shit off. Oh my god, this guy's mic is killing me.
Do you have a vehicle, or are you walking? Okay. Make sure you pick up the diesel coin. You press. If you're not sure how to do that, you press tab, and then where it says vicinity, you just double click on the item. You should be able to. Just drag them into your backpack. So you press tab, and it'll open up your equipment at the top, and then when you see your backpack, you click on that arrow till it's pointing down, and it'll open up your backpack. Alright, just press tab, and you should see them in vicinity. Or you might have to just walk up a little bit further. Try walking up a little bit further, maybe. Yep, right about there should do. You don't have to be able to physically see them if you press tab. Oh, wait, hold on.
Can't see him, dingus.
Okay, hold on. Okay, try crouching right where I am. Cause it's weird. When I was standing up, I couldn't see him either. But when I crouch, it works. No?
What is the longest word in the English language? Smiles. There is a mile between the first and last letters.
Okay, hold on. What the hell? That is weird.
Oh,
My bad.
this one looked at chat
What
at
the
least.
hell?
Pants are overrated. Yeah, that's always frustrating trader issue.
That's weird.
Jurazon, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here and chilling out with me. Sorry about that. I'm not really paying attention to chat right now because this guy's like all over the place. What is the longest word in the English language? Smiles. There's a mile between the first and last
Hey,
letters.
hang out right here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a spare vehicle I have and give to you. I just gotta run back to my base really quick.
Oh,
As soon as I figure out where my car went. What the heck? Where'd my vehicle go? Ah, there it is. Ah, there it goes.
and it's upside down.
That's not supposed to happen. Oh man, that's funny. Yep. I'll be right back.
After he runs into the SpaceX rocket. I don't know where the car trader went. They should. I'm pretty sure there's an auto trader at this one. I just don't remember where it's at. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Yeah, trying to. I don't know about trying to. He's getting on my last nerve, though. He's gonna bring me back some kind of fucking weird piece of shit. I know it. Oh, these are all parts. Gonna bring me back like an Audi or something. One of these fucking supercars or something. Some kind of fucking $5 million car or something. $500 slot backpack. Oh, boring waiting on this guy. So everybody have a good weekend so far, I hope. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend. Which is that looked like that dude came back. I don't hear any fuzzing or anything like that. Oh, there he is.
Ah, there you are. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure I'm doing the right one. I think this is it. Do you have a wrench? No? Okay, I'll get you one. Oh, nope, that's not it. Hold on.
Looks like Santa's sleigh.
Oh, shit. Wait, what the? Okay, I could just give you one of those. It is what it is. Yeah. You can pick which one you want. I mean, they're both the same, really, but... You want that one? Okay. I'll get you a wrench.
Looks like Santa's sleigh. I think that's what it's supposed to be too, is Santa's sleigh.
Come on. And it's not letting me pack it. Great. Alright, I'll get you a wrench so you can be on your way. I don't want to hold you up too long.
Yeah, doesn't want to hold me up too long. He's already taken what, a half an hour out of my day? What's another couple of minutes, right?
Hey, why is it not letting me buy a wrench?
All you really had to do was move it away from the wall.
Weird.
I can afford a wrench, I'm sure. They're probably like $1.
Oh, hold on, let me repair it. I'm just gonna give you mine. It's not letting me buy one for some reason.
Oh shit, it's got 500 slots in it.
Alright. You know how to pack your bike, right? Wrench in hand, you look at your bike. Okay. If it doesn't want to pack for whatever reason, it's not giving me the option, just get on, start it, and then get off and try to pack it, and it should work. Yep, no problem, buddy. Make sure you always pack your vehicle, though. Oh, take a picture with it now, so if anything happens with it, you can go to admins and be like, hey, I had this and it's gone or whatever. Okay. Good deal, man. I'll see you around. Let me know if you need anything else. I'm more than happy to help.
Oh, this guy's quite taxing. And he doesn't pay attention to stuff very much because now his vehicle's just sitting there. Oh, where's that repair? Oh, please tell me that did not just crash. Yeah, it's a hover bike. It looks kind of like Santa's sleigh. Guy just gave it to me for free. This is one of those servers where they want to give you everything. Because apparently it looks a little like maybe there's no loot to go and find. Which if there's really no loot on it, it kind of ruins the game. Looting is part of what makes DayZ DayZ. You know what I mean? Hey, this is not what I thought it would be. Thought this was a... Ugh. I can't get off. Ugh. What the fuck? I can't fucking pack it? What the fuck is going on here? And now I'm stuck in here? Ugh. Not really. fuck? Am I not hitting this fucking thing? Ah. I think that one's stuck in a house. Yeah, he's inside that window. I'm not going to worry about any of that right this second. Skin the cat. I want to skin the unicorn too. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, really? Just crashed me to fucking desktop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you gotta love DayZ, man. I'm telling you. No problems whatsoever. Most fleshed out game you've ever seen. Because it's unreachable, it fucking crashed out or what? Or did I lose fucking internet? Nope. Lost Colony crashed. Of course. Oh. Well, if it's not the game that's fucked up, it's usually the servers that I play. So we'll give it a few minutes. If it doesn't come back on, I don't know, we'll play on something else. I really want to give this one a chance because it reminds me a lot of the other ones that I've been playing that are down now. That have all the sci-fi mods and shit on it. And good inventory. Shitty thing is they take all the looting out and there's no looting aspect to it. And that's one of the things that I really like about DayZ is I can run around and loot and I can find stuff or I can look for specific items and that becomes a mission on its own. Okay, it says back up. See what it does. But if there's no looting to be had, what's really the point? I mean, then it's just a shooting gallery for shooting, getting, the items and the skins and whatever. It's not really why I play DayZ. I like the alien invasion aspect of all this stuff, but I even with an alien invasion, you should be able to loot and find shit. And now everything's gone, and it's now nighttime. So we will go to the trader. Um, we'll turn that down just a little bit because that's tad on the loud side. Why can't I pack this vehicle? Ugh. Okay, they're having issues with their vehicle packing, obviously. There's no fucking parking area here. Ugh. Really? I don't even know if anybody else is on, so. This is. You know what? Fuck it. Oh, To the west. Well, this server definitely has some issues.
Yes! Hey! Hey! We know each other.
Whoa, Sai. Coming in with a raid. Hang on just 1 second. We will get you a shout out going here. Hold on. Don't think I have any mods in here. Hi, Sai. How was your games? How are you doing? How's all the little things? Sai, how was your games? Hello, little monster. How's everybody doing this evening? Hopefully you're all doing well. How's your weekends? Thank you for coming in, Sai. Thank you for rating. Thank you for bringing your community over here to watch the shit show that is my channel. You guys just missed a server crash. They tell you to pack your vehicles, and you can't pack your vehicles. Am I Hagrid? No. Maybe a little haggard. But we're riding in a sleigh, kinda. A V-Rod powered Santa sleigh, I guess, maybe. Yeah, it was a freebie. One of the admins duped his own thing, and now I kind of have a a flying sleigh bike, flying snowmobile bike thing. They want you to pack it, otherwise it'll get deleted. Only their packing mods broke, and you can't pack anything. So I'm not entirely sure what they want you to do with it. They give you a packing wrench that doesn't work. Oh, and it's ruined. So I don't don't know. Sorry to raid and run, but you need sleeps. I get it. I understand. You got kiddos. You'll be worn down to the nub. But I completely get it. We'll have to go back to Green Mountain and get a new wrench. You too, Sai. Have yourself a wonderful evening. I'm just gonna keep cash on me. Thank you again for bringing your community over and showing the love. Appreciate it. Oh, you lean. Didn't notice that before. Catch a picture of it. This is me on my bike. We'll have to go get a new wrench. Maybe there's only a couple of uses out of the wrench, which is horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Wait, is there not? Oh, it's a heli trader. Actually, there's a heli trader right there. We should be able to get a wrench over here. Hmm. Maybe you can't get one there? Yeah, I know. Okay, so there's no wrenches here. I see, Turtle. How are you? Nope, can't get a wrench at the trader. Hmm. A vehicle trader with no packing wrenches. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. Yeah. Well, everybody keeps calling it red, but it's more orange than red. It's like a mix. It's like a lava almost like that volcano right there. Happy New Year. How were your holidays? Holidays were good. Holidays were good. Got to see my brother for a little bit, who's here in chat tonight, and Altar, Green Mountain. There we go. Why does it feel so slow? Oh God, we're gonna die. Oh, we're under the map. Now we're back up. Oh. Yeah, the speeder bikes are cool. I don't know about the whole Santa sleigh type deal, but that's just where we were at. We got slung back around in a circle. And we're down. And we're back up. Wow. The sleighs and the spaceships and stuff, they definitely need some work. Yeah, had a good holiday. Good holidays. Lots of good food. Pretty sure I packed on a few more pounds, which I don't need. But hey, it's good food. I'm not going to complain about getting heavier when I'm already a fat guy, so no worries there. Did that guy give me a broken wrench? Is that why I couldn't pack the vehicle at all? I wonder. Did he troll me? Oh, we're going down. Yep, we're down. We're upside down. We're right side up. We can't decide. There must be a garage here. Yeah, there's a garage. There is a garage spot right here. Guessing that's the garage spot. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? You gonna fucking slide on me now? So does this not exist? What the? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, this thing has issues. Okay. Well, at least I know I can put it away. I think it would have made sense to put the doorway right here, though. Ugh. How was everybody's holidays? How was everybody's holidays? Good, I hope. That's food. That's medical. That's clothing. Um, base items. Tools. That is not what I'm looking for. Mine was good. Spent a few days with over at the parents. Got to see everyone when they came to visit as well, and of course, good food. Nice. Good, good. Glad to hear it. Those are all ballers stuff. Gainers. That's navigation. Plus. It's tools. Fungi radio. Okay, this is not good. I don't know if I need a key for it, but you know what? We're buying a key. Perhaps that's one of the issues why I can't pack it. $3. I'm sure we can afford that. Although it's probably not a packing wrench. Um, hmm. One of my white diamonds turned green, apparently. Oh, no, there they are. Bought a key and I don't know where it went. Should have gone in here. Vehicle key, salty pants, location. Apparently it's on me. I don't get it. The teddy bear looks cool. Oh, you like that? Very paisley patchwork teddy bear. It's one of the Baller Z teddies. Santa restore. Yes. I bought a key and it didn't give me a key. Says I have one on me. Okay. Where? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sign the key. Key back on there. Put the key on 7 like normal. Now I should be able to pack it. Nope. Okay. Their shit's fucked up and doesn't work. Can't pack the flying bikes. So we'll have to make sure we put it in garage. Which makes it impossible for me to go do anything. you gotta love when everyone just ignores you. There's a million other things going on. It's an event. Oh. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All part of the fun and games of playing on modded servers. Right? Right. Okay, so that's a fucking trash mod. We want you to pack your vehicle, but you can't pack your vehicle. Oh, the joys of servers. Wow, that is like super oversized gun for no other reason than for it to be extra, extra, extra large compensation. Look how big my gun is. Look how massive my gun is. You are all jealous. I know. It is okay. You can be jealous of my super enormous giant gun. You know you all want one just like mine. Wow, that is extra ginormous gun. A crabber. I don't know what a crabber is. We're not walking around with that giant thing on our shoulder, though. Yeah. Extra super duper large. Extra, 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 extra large. Supersize me, please. Supersize my gun. I want the biggest gun you have ever possibly made. Oh, what the? Lightning strikes. Can I have that, please? Thank you. Another repeater. Another Peter. Another scopy scope. And another scopy scope. And a mag. And another mag. Now we'll have to sort out what goes with what. Because, you know. Beowulf ammo. Okay. It's a red thingy. Glowing rock. Okay. A red glowing rock to go with my red glowing outfit. Base building stuff, I guess. And then I guess we'll figure out what sells and what doesn't on here pretty quick. Pokemon card. Oh, goddamn. Launched. Money pile. Okay. A money pile that's not worth anything, I'm sure. Last time I seen that on a server, it wasn't worth anything. Oh, now I find a leather sewing kit. Hmm. Work gloves. Because looting is a lot of work. Wow. That is like the largest mag. 3x3? Holy shit. Oh, okay. Well, that just became our second gun. Crabber. I'm guessing this is a high-tiered gun. I'm not sure. But it sure is gigantic. Wait, do I have... Nope. No ammo for that. Ding! Would assume so, maybe. You would assume so, maybe? Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe. Maybe, but maybe not. And maybe something else. I don't know. Let's see. Anything else? Lots of scopes. Wow, we pulled that inventory up pretty quick though. Dragon for flatline. G7. Hemlock. 301. Legend. I don't know what legend is. Oh, there's a second mag for the 301 and another one for the R99. So I don't know where that went. I don't know where that went. It went somewhere. Don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, now we got a whole bunch of stuff to sell. Um, oh, ouch. Ouchie, my eyeball. Oh, it's just a regular Brian. Regular Brian. Regular Brian. Lots of glowy stuff on here. White hologram cube. I don't know what sells and what doesn't, so I don't know. Haha. Suck it. But I can't stand on top of this and shoot them all. And we're on the ground. And backwards. And Let's store that. Let's go see what I can sell. Go see what I can sell out of all the stuff that I grabbed. Base items. Nothing sellable? You fucking kidding me? Is it green because I have money? Says I don't have any sellables. Got 2 leather kits. We're gonna hold on to those. Hold on to the batteries. Actually, don't care about the ammo for that. It's gonna make me unload it. It's gonna force me to unload it. Wow, these guys really need to change some shit up in their trader system. We're gonna hold on to all those mags because we're probably gonna need them. KR2000 shoots KR2000s. Okay, we're gonna sell those 2 repeaters. Because if we're gonna keep a repeater, we're gonna keep this cool looking one right here. I think that's it for guns. Documents, workbench shit. That not be like base building shit? Pretty sure that's base building stuff, right? Decorative. This is a fucking seasonal item. How come I can't sell that? Baller stuff. Medical. Food. Okay, so vanilla stuff doesn't sell. You can only buy ballers. Okay. So apparently that's a thing. I don't know. Pew 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 pew. Okay. Um, ATMs. Pause it all. Oh, don't lock it. Don't lock it. Don't lock it, you dork. Okay, collectibles. Oh. Why does it show zombies when there's no zombies in the game? Or at least on this server. There's no zombies on this server. Yet you clearly have zombies and weird Texas Chainsaw Massacre people on your billboard. Wait, where's... There we want... Okay, I'm guessing mining would be gems. Mining trader and then collectibles. Okay, well, goes there. You would imagine, the gemstones go in there, but apparently not. Um, how do I get in here? Okay. That should be. That's all that shit. Um, Apparently, MMG shit is so useless that it doesn't even sell. It's disposable, I guess. I don't know. Okay, well, um, hmm. So there's not really a whole lot to loot. Just basically shoot the little fuzzy teddy bear dudes and cut them up to shrink them down. If you're in an area where they're at. Take guns and the collectible items, I guess. Oh, a dark repeater. Ooh, that looks cool. Cooler than that one. Mm-hmm. Anyone willing to help a new player? Help a new player what? Just tell them you're brand new to the server. They'll bring you everything you need. Instead of, you know, what server am I on? The name of it. I don't know. Even though they want to give you a starter pack, with a whole bunch of shit on it, why don't they just make that what you spawn in with? I mean, honestly. That's my question is, if it's starter gear that you give to every new player, why don't you just spawn in with it? That was going to be one of my questions to that admin, but he just acted like a total dick, so I just went, well, whatever. The Lost Colony. That's meet the new community and get a feel for him. Well, he's a complete dick because I don't have an in-game mic that works. My mic works for streaming, it works for Discord, that kind of shit, but I cannot use it in-game. It shows that my mic's on, but nobody can hear me, so... And as soon as he saw that I couldn't talk to him in VoIP, he just called me out and made an announcement across the entire server to keep an eye on me, like I was a troublemaker or something. Fortunately, not all of the admins paid attention to him. Maybe he's a dick like that. I don't know. But I know why they do that, but just because I can't speak to you on VoIP doesn't make me a fucking troublemaker. Doesn't make me a problem. I run a dual PC rig, and I don't know why I can't talk in game. I can use Discord. I can talk to you guys while I'm streaming and shit. I just can't talk in game, and I don't know why. Oh. No, I use an external mic. I can't use my headset mic is a huge piece of shit, and I will not try to use it in game. It does robot voice. It's god awful. It's biggest piece of shit. Ghost Boo. Yeah, it's a flying speeder bike sleigh type thing mod. I don't know. Yeah, you don't see that every day. Lots of sci-fi stuff on here. Their vehicle packing mod is kind of broke, so you can't use your wrench. Yeah, I don't use my headset mic for anything. I'm forced to use this headset for some reason. I got a new headset that's just the earbuds, and it doesn't work. I plug them into my streaming PC, and I get the worst fan buzz in my ears. It's horrible. It's just, ugh. Talk about a headache maker. I need to see if there's certain ammo. They don't, and I don't even think they have garbage cans here. What do they just want you to throw your shit on the ground? I guess. I don't know. Full XLR. That's my headset mic. Yeah, it's. I've got two Corsairs, and I've had the same problem with both of them. Yeah, I think it's a U.S. server. Ghost. I'm from the ping that I have on it. I'm pretty sure it's U.S. I think it's Midwest. But I mean, it could even be an East Coast server for all I know. Our feedback need to look at inline ground loop. It plugs into your 3.5 millimeter wire and kills the noise. I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay. I mean, I can always slide my streaming PC out and try it in the back, but I need to get an extension that's not fucked up. I have a long extension, but it's almost as old as I am. It's probably good 35 years old, maybe older than that. The extension, not the headset. But I know it's got uh connection problems with the wires near the plug end. So your sound you get when you plug in your headphones, I used to have that problem until I got my ground loop isolator. Yeah, this is a PvE server, Ghost. This is the Lost Colony. Lots of sci-fi stuff on it. The other sci-fi server that I was playing on, they had some issues, and they were supposed to get a new. They rented some new servers, and they're still working on getting everything moved over to them and stuff. They have no idea how long they're going to be down. I just happened to find this one. I didn't know it had all this sci-fi stuff on it. I was gonna play on it because it has Baller Z and it looked like it had some cool fun mods on it. It doesn't really seem to be much in the way of loot to go out and loot, just guns and a few minor collectible things. The rest of it's just shoot the creatures and cut them up, go after bears, go do their events kind of things, and then, you know, do it that way. Uh, this server does have an issue with their packing wrench mod. You can't pack your vehicle, and they want you to pack your vehicle at all times. I think you get 3 uses out of your wrench, so there's definitely an issue in there somewhere. They have a bunch of shit that doesn't sell. And they don't have a trash can in here. Oh, we're gonna hold on to that. Where's that at? I'm gonna have to start throwing shit out on the fucking floor. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm in the UK, so ping may be a problem. Yeah, it might be. They have a fairly extensive amount of mods on here as well. Just so you know. I'm pretty sure you realize that by looking at it, but it's quite the laundry list of mods. Oh, reload cases. Okay. Repair case and a reload case. Oh, I like the repair case idea. That's pretty cool. 6 million though. That one's 4.5. I think this shoots R F or FL 250. RA 150. Wait, so you can't buy this ammo? Oh, this kind of fucking shit drives me crazy. Those are black market items? Gotta be 120. It's gotta be mislabeled in here. RA 250. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got it now. No, we didn't. I bought it and oh, there it is. Yep. Doesn't load your mags for you. That sucks. I need another 300. 300. Or 100 and 100. 400. 400. Well, listening to that Christmas music is gonna drive me nuts. Gonna drive me crazy. Just crazy. And then we probably won't buy any more shit for the starter gun. We'll wind up selling it off along with the empty mags. And we'll start using the other stuff. Like the ginormous gun that's on my back. That thing. Although that looks like a bolt action. And if it's a bolt action, I'm selling it. I don't care how big it is. Unless it's a one tapper for even the biggest animals on here, I'm not using it. I'd rather piss broken glass. A lot of this shit's just gonna get dumped on the ground. Because you can't sell it nowhere. Like all this shit right here. Mm. Tinnitus, tinnitus. Ringing in my ears. Oh, why am I drinking? Huh. I guess if you're at the trader, you're getting filled up. I'm just dumping this shit on the ground. Didn't see any, but apparently not. Oh, just dump the shit on the ground. Good talk, yeah. Love it when fucking admins respond to you and actually answer fucking questions. Awesome. Great talk, yeah. You're number one. Hey, number one helpful. Oh, is that what the jump challenge is? Jump from the tower? Guessing there's probably no fall damage on here. Lame. Okay, that's terrible. Why do you need this place out here on the coast? Well, I mean, other than wanting a spot to fix your shit right after you go out there to the Dino Island challenge thing. Yeah, I'm gonna dump all this fucking shit on the ground. Just find a spot and I'm gonna dump it. Not a really great gun. This will be a good way to get rid of shit. Do this. Throw shit on their fucking bodies. There you go. Now when they despawn, they'll take the fucking shit with them. Because that shit doesn't fucking sell at the fucking traders. Ah! That fucking dog just will not hold still. For fuck's sakes. Ow. Little fuckers latch onto you and then they fucking explode. I don't know how to get them off you once they latch onto your leg. Or do they just fucking blow up and then you're fucked? I mean, it's funny. It is. Cat nap. Ease on down the road. Okay, we're gonna have to go buy more mags if we want to shoot stuff. In the meantime, you guys want to hear some cryptid fucking encounters? I don't know if there's anything new on there.
Kira pulled into the parking lot of the campground and was surprised to see that it was nearly full. F-150s with boat trailers and obnoxious RVs filled multiple spots, completely disregarding other campers. She sighed. The one weekend I get off, and everyone decides to go camping here, she whispered to herself. She drove by the packed rows, frustrated and nearly ready to leave. But as luck would have it, a small single spot revealed itself to her. She waited ever so briefly to weigh her options. I should just go back home. I don't even like camping, she told herself. However, a car behind her honked, interrupting her moment of reflection, and she pulled into the spot. She got out of the car, grabbed her large backpack, and went to the mouth of the trail. The nearby lake was slightly less crowded, but people lined most of the nearby lakeshore, and a few dozen watercrafts were out enjoying their day. Oh, how Kira wished she could be out there with friends, basking in the sun and cool water, enjoying her time, perhaps drinking and gossiping about work or boys. But that wasn't the case for her. She had lived mostly a sheltered life, never taking risks, never acting on desires outside of her control. She was a loner, but not by choice. Her anxiety and depression had a firm grip on her, one that she felt she would never be released from. She proceeded to the trail and glanced to both sides. Colorful tents and camping chairs lined fire pits, and the woods were bright and full of people playing various yard games. Each campsite seemed full. She continued her way down to the end of the trail, where thick woods seemed to provide a barrier from the joyful campsites in the bleak woods beyond. She glanced back one last time, and much like her life, there was no room for her here amongst the happy people. She wanted to cut her losses and head back home, but remembered that her therapist had promised that if she did something outside of her comfort zone, she'd begin to grow. She pressed forward through the woods, still able to hear the commotion of the other campers. Near the trail ahead of her was a similar view of land, but much more cleared out. although talking to normal people in everyday situations was really hard for her. She loved the lonesomeness that the woods provided. Nighttime
Really?
especially, the darkness seemed to call to her. She secretly longed for it, the blackness of the void to cover her and erase her from this painful world. The worn trail seemed to be less maintained the further she went into the woods. The twists and turns made it feel like this path went on forever. Instead of just camping off the trail, an idea had crept into her mind. What lies beyond? She thought. Just further down into the woods. Perhaps there was the perfect spot for seclusion, a nice dark little nook just for her. What she lacked in social ability, she made up for in curiosity. Maybe just out of earshot of the other campers, she thought as she hiked into the darker recesses of the woods. The untouched portion of the woods was less appealing to the eye, but much more gratifying overall. This was real nature, not the ideal construct of what people tend to make it out to be, but the real unfiltered nature that she so desperately needed. Time didn't seem to affect her as she eventually found herself a good ways in, beyond the sight or sound of anyone else. She began to set up her one main tent by clearing the litter of leaves out of the area. The uneven ground proved difficult, but once the tent was fully erect, it didn't seem to matter. Once the site was fully set up, she realized that there was much more daylight left than she had anticipated. Simply sitting in her tent didn't appeal to her. The idea of walking back over to the overpopulated campsites to try to make friends seemed troublesome, but taking a reflective hike deeper into the woods was far more appealing. She set her stuff down and didn't bother taking her phone. She only brought her half-full hydro flask and a small jacket, just on the off chance that the weather decided to take a turn for the worse. She made sure to keep a mental note of where she was going, so as not to get lost in the unfamiliar woods alone, but she wasn't terribly worried. Despite her being tucked away in the portion of unmarked woods, she quickly found an old trail that led deeper into the forest. The path was unkempt, almost unrecognizable had she not been looking for it, but now that she was on it, it was almost impossible to miss. She placed a single earbud in, and played an audiobook while also keeping an ear out for nature. Normally, she would indulge herself with an additional substance like shrooms, or THC, but seeing how she was alone in an unfamiliar forest, she decided to hold off until after her hike. About an hour into the hike, she began to realize that the atmosphere she had seen earlier was nearly the opposite. The lively chatter of nearby campers was replaced by an unsettling silence. Birds and small insects had ceased their noise, the overall vibe matching that of a cemetery. However, this was exactly the kind of peace she was looking for, but not to this degree. Silence was always welcome to her, but this was something else. She looked around and removed her earbud to better ground herself in where she was. Trees surrounded the trail, but up ahead a couple of 100 yards or so, a small clearing indicated something of value might be there. The walk to the clearing was much different than the entirety of the hike. Fear, perhaps of stumbling upon someone's remote cabin, crept into the back of her mind. She had heard her fair share of horror stories of hermits occupying remote cabins to make drugs or perform ungodly acts away from society. However, this all dissipated almost instantly once she reached the mouth of the clearing. Sitting in the open field, perhaps 100 feet in the air or so, was a gargantuan structure. The metal frame and its supports were old and rusted, but still seemed to support the small viewing station sitting on top. Kira racked her brain for a few moments, but quickly realized that this was a fire tower. There were no signs posted at the base of the stairs, and no indicators of restricted access. She quickly walked over and examined the stairs up. She listened briefly, but the overwhelming silence persisted. The option to turn back at this point was going to have to wait. Kira had been able to follow the old trail to a hidden treasure tucked away in the woods, all for herself to examine. She began up the stairs, excited to see what wonders she would be able to see from the new perspective she had found. An unobscured view of the lake was most likely an option. Her excitement was beginning to cloud her judgment. She speedily ascended the stairs, not worrying about the potential dangers of going inside an old structure. The tower creaked slowly as its frame moved slightly in the wind. Her footsteps sounded up the tower, filling the silence of the forest nearby with excitement. Unaware of her pace, she ended up stopping about 3/4 of the way to catch her breath. Her legs began to burn slightly as the hour hike plus the rigorous stairs began to take their toll. Looking out from the staircase, she could already see above the tree line. Far stretches of green met her gaze as she drank in all that nature had to offer. She prepped herself for the last few flights before reaching the top. Her hike was going to be much slower, but she didn't mind. Before she started up the stairs again, the excitement of the fire tower was beginning to diminish. She was now more aware. She bent down to tighten both shoes and noticed that the stairs, mixed with their rust, also had dried stains. Surely this could have been mud or tracks of other people, but the thought crept into her mind. Once the realization hit, she listened, not just for the enjoyment of nature, but to try to see if there was something else nearby. Again, the silence was far too heavy, but now she was actively conscious of it. She continued, but much slower this time. For some bizarre reason, her anxiety, the one thing she was trying to escape from, had returned. Her brain was on high alert, telling her that something was wrong, but it had yet to provide any reason or proof to convince her to decline the view from the top. Her mind would soon be validated, as the pressing silence she endured for the last 20 minutes or so began to leave. A mysterious sound began to emanate from above, a soft and rhythmic humming seeming to come from the tower. Her mind was still aware, but the sound was so bizarre that curiosity replaced her anxiety. At first, the sound gave her the brief impression that it could have been the hooting of an owl, but that theory was quickly thrown out the closer she reached the top. The low humming began to reveal itself as the melancholy sounds of sobbing. Someone was here, out in the middle of nowhere, standing in this tower, and they were sobbing. Something was not right. Kira now stood 2 flights of stairs away from reaching the top, but that was no longer appealing. Her breathing began to get heavy, as she was now concerned about alerting whoever this disturbed person was to her presence. Thankfully, the winds at this height gave her a slight cushion as they covered most of the sounds. Kira glanced at the stairs and noticed more stains smeared across the walkway. However, these were far fresher. Some of the stains still dripped a thick, dark liquid, indicating that something was probably dragged up here.
The fuck? You
After
can't
seeing the
sell this
stains,
shit?
Kira gasped. Once she did, the sobbing from above suddenly stopped. The wind had betrayed her as it now held its gust, and silence once again filled the air. She stepped backward, hoping that whoever was above was oblivious to her presence. Motion could be heard from above, and Kira now knew it was time to get out of there. She ran down the stairs as quickly as her body would allow. She didn't bother with sound at this point, as speed was her main concern. An ear-piercing scream came from above, sending chills down her spine. Had she not already been moving, she would have most likely been petrified in place. She quickly reached the bottom of the stairs and knew better than to look back. She knew if she did, she would see something she wouldn't like. Kira struggled to find the old trail back to her camp, but fate was again on her side. She eventually found it. A quick glance behind her, while a good portion down the trail, confirmed that she was not being followed. A sigh of relief began to wash over her. She began to calm down as she got closer to her camp. Before she reached her camp, she saw a peculiar sight. Standing in the middle of the trail ahead of her was a park ranger mounted on an old horse. He wore a uniform and badge, including the iconic hat. He appeared to be old and unaware of her presence. She caught him off guard as she said hello while approaching. "Whoa, what are you doing out here?" he said, legitimately surprised. "Sorry, I'm just out for a hike," she said. His old crusty gaze peered over her in a disapproving way. "You shouldn't be out here. You need to stay on the posted trail so you don't get lost." Kira nodded. "Okay, I can do that," she said politely. "I ought to write you a ticket, but I don't have a pen. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Kira nodded. "Oh, by the way, there's someone crying in the fire tower at the end of the trail," Kira mentioned as she passed the ranger on the trail. The ranger had a bizarre look on his face. "You've been to the fire tower?" he said, legitimately confused. She stopped. "I didn't go inside, but I could hear someone crying from outside." The ranger was silent as he clearly contemplated this new information. All right, well, no one's supposed to be out there, but I'll go take a quick look. Kira noticed that the ranger had a rifle tucked into his saddle as well as a pistol holstered at his hip. The two went separate ways, and Kira was slightly frustrated. She made her way back to camp and could hear the noise again of the other joyful campers. The atmosphere had shifted again, but this time for the positive. The warm sun soon began to set, as brilliant oranges and pinks filled the sky. Kira debated moving her camp closer to the others, but felt it would be too much work, especially as it was getting dark. Nighttime eventually came, and her strange encounter in the woods faded from her mind. She got a small fire going and began eating the food she had brought as she relaxed under the stars. Kira called it an early night and put out her fire, making sure to get rid of any trash and food so that critters wouldn't get into them. Her hike had taken its toll on her, and she drifted off quickly into her sleeping bag. As soft and sweet as her dreams were, they didn't last long. Kira was awoken several hours later by the sound of something heavy moving outside her tent. It jolted her awake. Something large could be heard moving outside, and she slowly began to panic at her newfound situation. However, it didn't take her long to recognize the familiar sounds. As she poked her head out from the tent, she shined her light on the familiar horse she had seen earlier that day. The horse was walking with a limp, and its rider, the grouchy old ranger, was nowhere to be seen. She got out of the tent and went to inspect the large animal, seeing that both the horse and the saddle had several scratches on them. The horse was slightly shaking but enjoyed her embrace. "What happened to you?" she said as she gently rubbed the horse. Surprisingly enough, the saddle still had its rifle on it. She racked her mind for what could have possibly happened, but was unsure. Maybe a bear attack or even a cougar could have done this. The horse then began to walk away, back out onto the trail leading back to the fire tower. She couldn't just let the horse go, not after what she had seen. The horse then stopped and waited as she slowly began to follow behind it with her flashlight. She realized that the horse was leading her somewhere, most likely to the scene of the incident. After seeing what the horse was doing, she grabbed the rifle from the saddle and continued to follow. Her light shook as they walked side by side, unsure of what they were about to see. The old trail was much different at night. Darkness seemed to fill all parts of the path, except for the small area where the flashlight shined. The only thing that was the same was that eerie silence. Shadows cast by branches and tree limbs gave off terrible portraits of potential monsters lurking in the woods. Kira tried her best to stay focused and not be so jumpy. After a long walk deeper into the woods, the horse finally stopped. Kira shined her light around, hoping for anything to explain what was going on, but was only left with more questions. Her light eventually landed briefly on a figure lying face down on the ground. The familiar uniform revealed to her ahead of time who it most likely was. She walked over quietly and took the rifle off her shoulder. Her light revealed small portions of blood and torn clothing laying around the lifeless body. She bent down and nudged it softly to find that it was firm and cold. She turned it over to confirm that it was indeed the old ranger from before. His torso had several scratches running across it, but the bizarre thing about it was his face. A look of horror still held on his face, as his mouth hung open, his jaw broken, and making his expression even more extreme. Red stains smeared across his beard and neck as more scratches could be found. It was his eyes that startled Kira. Instead of his eyes having pupils or even being removed altogether, his eyes were even more terrifying. A milky white color seemed to fill the entire eyeball, with no traces of color. Kira gasped in horror as something inexplicable had clearly occurred here. She tried to move his body, but he was far too heavy. Kira quickly turned back to the horse. "I can't move him. We need more help," she whispered to the horse. Kira put the rifle on her back and tried to pull the horse along, but it wouldn't budge. The horse was loyal to its owner, even though he had clearly passed. She quickly made her way back to her tent where she tried calling the police. Of course, she couldn't get a connection in the woods, so she had to quickly make her way out to the parking lot. Once she called the police, They gave her an estimate of when she could expect the 2 officers to arrive. Kira waited in her car for 45 minutes before they showed up. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. The police arrived with their lights on, but no siren. Kira met them, but made sure to leave the ranger's rifle in the car. "I'm the one that called about the body," she said frantically as she approached the 2 officers. "Let's try to calm our voices down. We don't want to alarm the other campers," one officer said in a hushed tone. "I should also mention that I found his rifle out in the woods. I grabbed it to make sure no one else did anything stupid with it." She pointed to her car. The second officer peered inside. "I'm going to grab this as evidence," he said, but instead of putting the rifle in the police cruiser, he slung it on his shoulder. "Okay, show us where the body is." Kira led the 2 officers out into the woods. They found the small trail and followed it while doing their best to be quiet. All 3 of them had flashlights and shined them in different directions as they quietly ventured to the scene. Once they arrived where Kira had left the body, a shocking discovery was made. The horse, which had been determined to stay there, was still there but was no longer in one piece. Its body was absolutely destroyed, and aside from its head, no other part was recognizable. The body of the ranger, however, was no longer there. "This is where the body was," Kira whispered. Both officers were silent as they scanned the woods around them. One of the officers then shushed Kira as they listened intently. The same stillness of the forest hung quietly, but a familiar sound could be heard down the trail, the sound of crying. The 2 officers then looked at one another and proceeded to go towards the noise. "Wait," Kira whispered. "Something's not right about this." The second officer removed the rifle from his shoulder. "It's clear that someone's under stress, and we need to look into this." Kira then followed them but made sure to stay behind, just on the off chance that something bad would happen. The 3 eventually reached the source of the sound, and to everyone's surprise, just sitting off the main trail was a tall man. He was slightly hunched over and facing a tree. His forearms were covered in a dark liquid, but that wasn't what concerned them. The tall figure was bald and completely naked. His lanky arms looked brittle, with hands and feet that were too large. "Sir, is everything okay?" the first officer said while slowly drawing his pistol. The figure then stopped crying as they all stood there in silence, not responding. Tension began to build as both officers slowly got closer to the mysterious figure. "Sir, I'm going to need you to turn around," the officer said again. No response. Kira had backed up at this point. Before both officers could issue a final warning, the figure slowly turned to reveal a horrifying face. Blood ran from its teeth-filled mouth, and milky white eyes stared at the officers. The creature had no exterior nose, just a hole in its head. The officers were stunned as the creature sprinted off into the woods at an alarming speed. They had clearly come across something that they didn't have a rational explanation for. The 3 silently agreed that the best option was to get out of there quickly. Their pace was quickened by the thought of that thing returning. Once back at the main campgrounds, both officers quickly got in their cruisers while alerting no one about the situation. "Whatever it was that we saw out there, it's beyond our ability to assist," the second officer said before driving off. Kira sat in the dark parking lot as the taillights slowly faded off into the distance. I have spent the last hour Googling the name of my hometown. Nothing is there. All the local schools and restaurants are gone. Even my social media is messed up. I can't find any of my friends online. I can't find anybody. I'm actually kind of freaking out about it. Has anybody ever experienced anything like this before? Don't believe me? Try it yourself. Follett in City High, gone. Follett in Middle, gone. Follett in Elementary School, gone. Follett in City College, gone. That preschool behind the tire place and next to that McDonald's where my mom took us growing up. You get the idea. All gone. Thousands of people. Dozens of places. I can't find information for anybody. It's like we disappeared. I can't even reach the cops. I wish that were the only problem. My family and I woke up this morning to a total blackout. Every single house on the block lost power. That does tend to happen out here in the valley, often enough that my older brother Mark rigged his computer to get a connection via satellite. The two of us are currently crouched beside the generator, desperately trying to get a handle on the past few hours. My parents are panicking. They won't say anything. They won't say why. But we have our suspicions. I saw something in the woods last night, right before the power went out. When it was still dark outside, Mark woke me up and pulled me over to his bedside window. He pointed frantically into the trees behind our house. It was raining. The mist made it difficult for my eyes to adjust. But after a moment, something big, we only agree on something big, darted toward the neighbor's back porch. A thick branch fell in its wake. Then somebody screamed. My parents rushed into the room right at that moment. I guess they heard the commotion and freaked. Mom beckoned for us to get away from the window. I gave in right away, because my parents can be scary when we don't listen. But Mark lingered there a little while longer. I didn't see what he saw. Mark whispered that he saw somebody running. He said it looked like they were running away from something. My father turned off the lights. I found that odd, and pushed my brother aside. He squinted out the window in silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he concluded nothing was there, just wind in the trees. Then the power went out. My parents have been acting very weird ever since. During the day, my mom tried to keep us in the kitchen. She made breakfast, lunch, and dinner over the fireplace. She even broke out a board game in the afternoon, and we played for a couple of hours. She kept asking about schoolwork, football, baseball, or anything but the odd situation we were in. We tried to change the subject, tried to ask her what was happening outside, but it was no use. She ignored our questions. My father had a wild look in his eyes. Mark and I can't recall anything like it. He kept rushing to check the window every few minutes. Then he would sit down to check his cell phone, then back to the window, then back to his phone, like clockwork. Each rotation left him more agitated than the last. The cable didn't work. The internet had been spotty. There was really nothing to do but read a book or play a game. Mark asked to go for a walk before dinner. I thought Mom might pop the temple out of her forehead. "Nobody goes outside," she snapped. "There could be live wires on the ground." Mark snorted. "Watch your attitude," she barked. "And keep the windows closed." I asked why, and she just stared at me with these deadly fearful eyes that made me really uncomfortable. She looked like she wanted to tell me something. But my father answered instead. "Nobody goes outside." I returned to my book without argument. I found one of my mom's old Stephen King collections and stumbled onto a story about rats in a basement bigger than a man. Time moved a little faster while I read. The walls of my house started to evaporate. It didn't take long for my imagination to disappear down the stairwell in the story, plunging further into the darkness with each step, listening to untold things move around me perilously through the blackness. Someone knocked on the door around 10 p.m. After an entire day of endless boredom, I thought this might be salvation. Thank God. Maybe a maintenance worker. Maybe a neighbor. Maybe my friend from down the block finally convinced his mother to traverse the minefield of imaginary live wire. I got up from my chair to answer the door. My father sprinted across the room to block me. I don't think I had ever seen him run before. He put his hand over my mouth. I tried to protest. He squeezed my arm. He didn't look angry. He looked scared. His eyes were on fire. It grew quiet outside, like someone was listening. One finger over his lips told me to shut up. I looked over to my mom and saw her doing the same thing to my brother. He looked like he wanted to cry. The knocking resumed. The pace was pleasant at first. Your typical formal but friendly rat-tap-tap. Then a pause. Then rat-tap-tap. I was confused. Why were they scared? Why would a burglar knock? I thought that this could be someone who could tell us what was going on, and it annoyed me that my parents were paranoid, so I got the idea to try saying something anyway. Not my best thought. My father grabbed me by the throat and pushed me up against the wall. His sweaty palm slipped against my mouth. He raised one finger to his lips and held it there. The knocking continued. My brother whimpered in the corner. The door hinges whined from the pressure of the knocks. My father reached into his pocket with the hand that was formerly placed around my neck. I knew he had a knife in there. The knocking continued. And just as soon as it started, the knocking stopped. The house got quiet again. My father let go of me. It's been hours since the knocker left. My parents still won't talk to us.
Knocker.
My mom is sleeping on the couch. My dad is sitting in front of the door with a gun across his lap. Can someone please tell us what's happening in Folleton City? I still can't find anything online. We are available through message and comment as long as our connection holds. I don't think I'll sleep much tonight. It's too quiet. Do you know what happens when you search online for Folleton City now? This post comes up. I'm not quite sure how to describe that feeling. We are a community of hundreds, if not thousands of people, each with countless stories and worries of our own. You are only hearing one of them now. I cannot understand how our digital footprint could disappear overnight. But here we are, day 2 in a missing city. I didn't get much sleep last night. Mark spent most of it glued to our bedroom window. He woke me and called me over every now and again. Sometimes he saw flashes of light in the distance. Sometimes he saw movement in the trees. Mostly we saw fog. Thick blankets of it descended on our house like a comforter. It also never stopped raining. Big gusts of wind thumped the house hard enough to make us jump. But the most uncomfortable parts of the previous night were the periods of complete and total silence. Something about that quiet can really make you crazy. In any given suburb, there are a million background noises at once, even in a storm, even at night. Birds should be chirping, insects should be buzzing, car engines or motorcycles or air conditioners should all be gently humming in unison. But we didn't hear any of it, not a single sound but our own. I couldn't stop thinking about the neighborhood dogs. Shouldn't they be barking? There was one in particular, a yappy little thing named Cesar, which never passed up a good opportunity to wake you up in favor of a scrambling squirrel or rabbit. Did our neighbors have time to get them inside? Did something else happen to them? What happened to Cesar? Mark woke me up for the final time around 5. I tried and failed to shrug him off. I heard something in the street, he whispered. Let's go. I asked him what he heard. Clicking, he answered. He got up and walked towards the living room without another word. I didn't want to go. I was freaked out enough. I didn't and still don't need to add another messed up layer to this situation. Blissful ignorance is sometimes the best approach. But I got a gut feeling that this wasn't something that should be missed, and I didn't want Mark to be there alone for it, so I followed him. The hallway that leads to the living room passes by my parents' bedroom. We could hear my mother snoring softly on the other side. A baseball bat was propped up by her nightstand. Her cell phone was at the ready right beside it. We tiptoed past the creaking wood floor and arrived at the entrance to the kitchen. The clicking became clearer by that point. Mark pointed over to an alcove by the couch. I followed him to the corner. Then he stopped dead in his tracks. My father was sleeping with the gun in his hand. There was a window behind him that looked out into our entire living room. Staring through the other side was a giant black eyeball. We froze. The eye darted back and forth across the room. We were in plain sight, just standing there in the kitchen like a couple of idiots. But for some reason, the eye didn't seem to notice us. It passed by a couple of times to focus on the toaster or something else. My father must have subconsciously read the tension in the air. He stirred and moved to roll over. When he did, thankfully, we locked eyes. I put one finger to my lips. A sober understanding dawned on his face. He took the safety off his gun. The eye responded to the movement of the gun, and in one swift jolt, disappeared from behind the window, leaving a wake of leaves and scattered footsteps behind it. The air left my lungs. Something big ascended the wood steps to our porch. My dad turned to aim the gun. The knocking continued. This time we didn't need anyone to tell us. We all stayed quiet. We sat in still silence for the better part of the early morning. My mother awoke some hours later and got prepared to make breakfast, and only then did it feel safe enough to move around the house. Nobody told her what happened. I didn't think we needed to. My father certainly wasn't going to. I got the feeling from the look on his face that he would prefer not to talk at all for as long as he could. Mark returned to his spot by the window. Dad disappeared downstairs to get another box of ammo for his gun. I helped Mom cook over the fire, and we all went about our tasks in complete and total silence. Nobody tried to fake conversation anymore. There wasn't any point in arguing about what was out there. We had enough food. We had enough water. Nobody was going anywhere. A knock came at the door just after noon. Each of us instantly stopped what we were doing. A sigh of relief echoed through the room when the familiar voice of our neighbor, Mr. Hallow, followed. He was looking for us. The door pounded harder. "No time to explain, please," he shouted. "Can you let us in?" My father walked in and stood awkwardly between my mother and the door. I could tell that he would prefer to ignore it, but she would never let him live it down. The true married man's dilemma. "Please, folks, if you're in there, open up. We don't have a lot of time," he said. Mark shook his head. "Please," he begged. "Jean is hurt. My mom bit her nails." Dad gave in and reluctantly looked through the peephole. Satisfied with his view of the other side, he slid the pistol into his back pocket, unlatched the lock, and opened the door. "Thank you," he said. Mr. Hallow is a big, burly guy. He took my father into his arms and slapped his back so hard the sound echoed down the hall. He moved over to chase my mother down for a kiss on the cheek as his wife and daughter trailed meekly behind. "Thank you," he bellowed. "Thank you, thank you. We didn't know if we'd see anybody else." My dad nodded awkwardly. My mom stepped up and hugged Mrs. Hallow tight. A quiet, pitiful moan escaped her lips as she did. The two of them were usually thick as thieves. My neighbor was a nice lady, the type that usually never shuts up, but now she couldn't get a word out. A thin line of blood trickled behind her foot. It didn't take long to notice the source. Her slacks were cut from the ankle to the knee. My dad slammed the door. "Come on, Jeannie," my mother cooed. "Let's get you cleaned up." The two of them walked hand in hand to the kitchen. Mr. Hallow sat down on our couch and wiped the sweat from his forehead and t-shirt. His daughter Alice perched herself neatly on the arm beside him. "Like I said," he said while catching his breath. "Lucky we found somebody." My father nodded again. "Did you see it?" Mark asked. "Whatever's out there, I mean." Mr. Hallow stared back at him. He took a second before he spoke, like he wanted to pick his words, which didn't quite fit for a guy like him. "One of them got in the house," he said definitively. "An open window, downstairs. We trapped it in the basement." My father held up his hand. "Didn't feel safe staying there, though," he continued. My father interrupted. "Enough," he whispered. "Take a break, Mike. Let's talk." Mr. Hallow nodded in bewilderment. He got up and shuffled after my father towards the dining room, leaving Mark and I uncomfortably with Alice. Alice Hallow is around my age. She's short, with dark hair and dark eyes. She has this awkwardly adorable round head that she covers up with a bow or pin or some other new accessory every other day. I've had a crush on her since grade school. I know that's probably not relevant, but I just want to point out what may later become obvious. Mark elbowed me in the ribs. I ignored it. "So did you see anything?" I asked. "Like, did you see anybody out there?" She paused and then shook her head. "Well, what does it look like outside?" Mark asked. "Normal, quiet," she answered. "And you really didn't see anything?" I asked again. "When it started, I mean." She looked at me and shook her head, paused, then relented. "We were all inside sleeping like you probably were. It was late," she started. "Or early. I don't know. My dad was upstairs. I was upstairs. My mom doesn't sleep much, so she was doing some laundry in the basement," she continued. She hesitated. I don't know what woke me up first, her screaming or the power going out. They both seemed to happen at the same time. My dad started shouting her name. You know, "Jeannie, Jeannie," and my mom was just wailing from the basement. We both got to the kitchen, and we could see her running up the steps. She was screaming at my dad, you know, "Close the door, close the door." But my dad couldn't stop looking at whatever was behind her. He just froze, she said. "Right," Mark whispered. "Can't blame him." So I reach out and slam the door, just as my mom makes it through, and something wedges itself in the doorway, she said. Holy crap, I murmured. What was it? I don't know, something thick and sharp, like a claw, I guess. It was wet too, it left a stain. Anyway, I couldn't get the door shut because of it. I was panicking. I kicked my dad in the shin, and he threw his body weight against the frame. The lock finally clicked, and we heard whatever it was fall down the stairs on the other side, she said. She paused. It didn't come up again, she said. My father re-emerged from the dining room some moments after our awkward silence. Mr. Hallow trailed sheepishly behind. Who's ready to eat? He asked. We ate our fire-cooked meal in relative silence. All four parents made it abundantly clear through menacing stares that the topic of the crap show outside would not be discussed with children present. Mark again asked if he could go for a walk. Nobody dignified him with a response. After our dishes were done and disposed of, we retreated into various alcoves of our suddenly cramped three-bedroom. Mark and I went back to our room. Alice set up shop in the office with her mom. My mother retired to bed early, and both dads sat, guard in the living room. The house grew quiet again. The wind and rain finally seemed to slow down. My Stephen King novella kept me company. I couldn't help but empathize with the main character. Somewhere between tales of rats in armor, fat rats, and albino rats who never saw the sun, sleep came easily and comfortably under my familiar warm sheets. I woke up to a rude shaking. Alice was standing over me. She didn't say anything. I guess she didn't have to. Mark and I rubbed the last remaining ounce of sleep out of our eyes and followed her wordlessly into the office. 2 cots were set up in the room. One looked disheveled. The other was still made. Alice pointed to the open window. Her mother was gone. My hometown is dying, and I don't want to die with it. I know it sounds ridiculous to be lamenting on an internet forum while the world is melting around me. At the moment, it definitely feels ridiculous. But you have to understand, if we don't survive, which we almost certainly won't, this story will be my town's last living record. That's important to me. That's important to them. I have to let someone know what happened here, even if it's only you. The truth is obvious now. We are being exterminated. This town and its people are being erased. Folleton City is all but wiped from the collective subconscious already. All that's remaining are the survivors, the creatures, and this story. I'll keep it going as long as they let me. I don't know why this is happening. I don't particularly care. Not anymore. I just want to get out of here. This will be my last post from inside my childhood home, the only home I've ever known. My brother and I have decided that we won't die here. Mark packed a couple of essentials in our school backpack. The only thing that's remaining is this laptop and a frank conversation with my parents. I know they're scared. We're all scared. But we have to do something. Mrs. Hallow didn't come back last night. Alice only stopped crying long enough to tell the adults what she knew, which wasn't much. She fell asleep sometime around midnight. Her mother was in the room at the time. She was acting strange though, you know? She sobbed. She just kept repeating the same things over and over, and her face was white. Like really, really white. I thought it was just shock over what happened. The scratch, the attack, you know? I didn't know. Mr. Hallow was inconsolable. Well, we have to find her, Jack, he bellowed. Me, you, and the boys. Alice can come too if she's up to it. We've got weapons, don't we? You've got a small arsenal here, Richardson. They're big, but the damn things are stupid enough. My father just shook his head and pursed his lips. I won't risk my family's safety, Dad insisted. Especially not at night. Mr. Hallow's already red face turned a particular shade of scarlet. He looked like he might blow a gasket. Then he calmed himself and delivered the next bit like a sermon. Fine, he spit. Stay inside and cower. Lie to your kids. Keep them underneath the covers long enough, and maybe they won't think there's monsters outside. You raise your family how you want, jerk, but don't you dare tell me how to take care of mine. Mark looked down at his feet. I avoided my father's glance. Alice, let's go, Mr. Hallow beckoned. Get what you got. Please, my father interrupted. Just wait a minute. We're not staying, Mr. Hallow finished. You're not convincing me to abandon my wife out there. You know me better than that, Jack. My father reached out and handed him a gun. We have extra. He paused. You'll need it more. Mr. Hallow nodded awkwardly. He took the pistol and stuffed it into an oversized coat pocket before turning and heading for the door. My mom met him there with some bread and other things stuffed into a plastic bag. There wasn't much, but I think she felt like she had to do something, and she looked like she wanted to say more. But she didn't. Alice reached out and gave me a warm hug. She held on longer than expected. Right around that time, I really wished she would stay, not because of my feelings for her, but because a piece of each of us knew what would happen next. It all just happened so fast. Thank you for the hospitality, she said. Mr. Hallow shook each of our hands one last time. My father opened the door for him. Without another word, the pair descended the front porch into a thick evening fog. Alice turned back to wave. Then she turned around, and they were gone. My father shut the door. Dad shuffled back to the couch and collapsed. Mom waited at the door like they might change their minds. Mark perched at the window. He looked over and shook his head at me, just as an all-too-familiar clicking echoed down the block. I could feel my body instinctively tensing. I had no true preparation for what came next. The sound started quietly, before it seemed to fill the air. Soon it was as if 1,000 crickets suddenly invaded Folleton and all decided to chirp at the same time. The ringing, awful cacophony of it was deafening. Somebody outside screamed. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. The chirping erupted even louder and seemed to devour their voice. My father held his head in his hands. He motioned for us to block our ears. My mother started to cry. Underneath the clicking, underneath the screams, one word became clearer as it repeated over and over again in the distance. Genie, 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 the man screamed. The gun went off soon after. Genie, he said. One shot at first, then 2, 3, 4 in quick succession. Somebody else started screaming. I knew that had to be Alice. The pain behind that scream made my stomach turn. The gun went off one more time. The clicking dissipated, the screams stopped, and then it was quiet again. My father got up and quietly led my brother away from the window. Mom fell to a heap in front of the couch. I could feel the tears forming in the corner of my eyes and desperately fought them back. You knew that would happen, I accused my dad. Why did you let her go? He stared back at me. His eyes were cold. Heavy footsteps echoed on the porch. The knocking continued. My mother couldn't control her sobs. My father dropped onto the floor to silence her. It was no use. The two of them ended up in this awkward wrestling embrace. The pounding outside continued. We killed them, Mark whimpered, and now they're going to kill us. The footsteps left the porch and circled the house. We heard a knocking from my bedroom window, then the office window. They're checking for weaknesses, Mark whispered, trying to find a way in. The sound ascended to the roof. Heavy footsteps paced back and forth above us. The chimney kicked back smoke. It's too small, my father murmured. They can't fit. Please, God, they can't fit. My mother wrapped her arms around her head. The knocking surrounded us. There had to be a dozen of them, all checking various points of entry, all clicking their disturbingly loud song in unison. Staying quiet would be no use. They had to know we were inside. Mark gestured for me to look through the peephole. I squinted and noticed something in the distance. It was still dark, but the sun started to rise on the horizon, and with it came a few tentative beads of light which softly illuminated the neighborhood. I realized I was staring at the home of Yappy Cesar. Standing in front of it was something I hoped to never see again. The creature stood at least 2 to 3 times the height of a man. It held itself up on 2 massive legs that bent wildly at the knee, almost like pincers, and behind it were smaller legs that trailed behind sort of uselessly. I thought at the time that they looked like fins. One of the bent legs reached out to my neighbor's glass. There was a moment's pause. Their window opened. I had to fight my instincts as a woman leaned outside, as if to greet the creature, which gently took her into its hind legs and rambled down the hill. The unrelenting clicking soon gave way to the scurrying of heavy footsteps. A massive weight lifted itself off our roof. The sun came up. We were alone again. We have to leave today. We can't take no for an answer. We have no choice. These things know we're here. They will get inside tonight. If I don't make it, you know what happened, but please wish me luck. I feel better knowing that some trace of my town will live on this forum. I can hardly describe driving through the complete devastation of my hometown. We passed dozens of familiar homes from over the years. Some of them had bullet holes. Some had bent frames or broken glass. Some had dead bodies in their front yards. And I tried not to look at those too long, because I knew the faces. But it's hard to stop yourself from looking once you start, you know? I saw Alice. I saw Mr. Hallow. I saw neighbors. I saw friends. Some of them died running. Some died fighting. But all of them seemed to end up the same way. In scattered bits and pieces, cast like trash, almost decorating their own immaculately made front lawns. My father drove the car. Only one road led us out of town, but it passed through a few hiccups along the way. The supermarket on Grand Street sat behind two apartment complexes that tended to be crowded. The gas station on Main would allow us to fill up, but they didn't call it Main for nothing, and more people would almost certainly lead to more problems. All of these issues swirled around my head in unison with the backdrop of my entire town carved up like origami right in front of my face. And my dad didn't even seem fazed by it. He actually hummed for the first 10 minutes of the trip. My dad is not the type to hum. At first I thought it might be a nervous thing, but then my mother started to join him. "Guys?" I called out. Mark glued himself to the car window. He wouldn't look at me, not even a shared glance of misery. I knew from his reaction that something bad was about to happen. I guess I just didn't want to admit it to myself. "Dad?" I said. My father slowed down around the grocery store. He pulled into the lot unceremoniously, as if it were any other Tuesday, while the corpses of our neighbors lined the streets among us, clearly baking in the heat of the rising sun. I actually thought we hit one of them. "What are we doing?" I asked. Nobody answered me. "Hello?" I tried again. My father parked the car. He leaned over to give my mom a peck on the forehead. She nodded and smiled back. After a moment of silence, he gingerly unclipped the seatbelt and moved to get out. Nobody bothered to stop him. "Dad?" I shouted. "Wait, are you serious? You can't go out there." He smiled at me one last time. Looking back, I like to think there was still some small part of my dad in that smile. He looked like a weight had just been lifted from his shoulders, like he got us this far, like his job was done. I didn't understand it then. I do now. I only saw the scratch when he got up, right above the belt, hip to hip. His shirt had always been tucked. My mother took a deep breath. "Mom?" I begged. "Mom, no, 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 please." She looked back at me and grasped my hand. She was cold to the touch. Mark whimpered something small. I knew then that he knew all along. "It happened the first night," he whispered. "They can't fight it anymore, Maddie. It won't let them." The car door opened. "Mom, you can't go out there," I said. She pulled her hand away. "Mom, please," I said. "It's okay, honey," she murmured dreamily. "Okay, honey, okay, honey." She got out of the car and sprinted after my father. I never saw my mother sprint before. She looked so strange doing it. I watched the two of them go towards the store, hand in hand. In a moment they were there, and the next they were gone. "We have to follow them," I begged. "Please." A soft boom sounded from somewhere inside. "Okay," he whispered hesitantly, "but be ready to run when I say run, Deal." A second boom followed. "Deal," I muttered. "I am the oldest," he insisted. "We don't know what we're going to see inside there. You have to listen to me." "Shut up and let's go," I said. We hopped out of the car and ran across the empty lot. Rain and heavy wind swooped in with our arrival. Mark slipped and fell into a particularly nasty pool of blood. I raced back to help him. By the time we both made it inside, Our parents were gone. We looked around for a minute. The store seemed to be shelled. Overturned shelves made it difficult to get around. Smeared floors made the entire place stink worse than a slaughterhouse. At the center of the store was a staircase that leads to the basement level. Normally, larger items like water jugs are stored down there. We got the distinct feeling that we weren't totally alone, because we could hear some kind of movement in that area, so we moved towards it. Mark found some cover behind a blown-out register. We used it to peek down the staircase. An enormous pit sat below us. We couldn't actually see where it ended. Mark picked up a can and dropped it. 10 to 15 seconds later, it made contact with the bottom. The closer we inched towards the center, the more that movement seemed rhythmic, almost pulsing like a heartbeat. We heard footsteps. Mark ripped my collar and pulled me back. Approaching the center of the store were a man and woman who both looked familiar to me from different places. That was my first thought. You know, that they must be together without me realizing, and that it really is a small city after all. The couple walked up casually to the edge of the pit. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they jumped, hand in hand, as if expecting to land in a ball pit. The splat came after the boom. The store grew quiet. Something seemed to be slurping down below. "What the hell?" Mark whispered. "You don't think—" "It drinks the blood," I said. Suddenly the pulsing grew louder. Horrible scraping ripped somewhere below it. I can't adequately describe this sound. Almost like a giant moth breaking its way out of a cocoon. A familiar rhythm to the din took over. "Checking for weaknesses," Mark muttered. "Even at birth." The knocking continued. "Time to go," Mark shouted. "Definitely," I answered. Each of us put in our best track performances to date. The building gave way as if an earthquake were underneath it. We skidded out of the front entrance just as the overhang dipped down to smash the carousel door. My brother got to the car before me. He jumped into the driver's seat, and thank God the keys were still in the ignition. He smashed the gas, and all but left me with the passenger door popped open. I hopped in at the last possible moment. The store collapsed behind me. Mark doesn't know crap about driving, and neither do I. But any idiot can hit the gas and steer away from the explosion. We picked up speed while debris rocked the car. Just as we got back on the road, Mark pointed into the rear view, and I wish he didn't. Standing in the wake of the grocery store was a creature 3 times its size. I didn't look at it twice. We managed to drive to the gas station before nightfall. We found it pretty much untouched. I don't think anybody else made it that far. We took the mountain road into the next town and drove past sundown. We are safe and sound now in a place called White Valley. The people here are friendly, but none of them, including the sheriff, can tell me a damn thing about Folleton or what happened to it the past few days. Go figure. I hope more than anything that my post can help drive more survivors out of the woodwork. Please, please message me if you or someone you know lived through the attack on Folleton City. I can't overstress the importance of that plea. We cannot let our town be forgotten. One day we will go back. I don't care if it's just Mark and me. I know we can find the entrance the same way we found the exit. We don't expect to find anybody alive. That's just hope that's not worth having. But we all have a right to know what is living there instead. Signing off for now, Matt.
Okay, we're much
My family
better
moved to
loaded
rural
this
Pennsylvania when
time.
I was 4. I was immediately entranced with living in the country, with several acres of woods behind us, and the house seemed huge to me at the time. However, as a kid, I was always sensitive to spiritual energy, and there were definitely some creepy things going on in that house. My parents noticed that I stayed with my dog, Bambi, a lot. He was a small sheepdog in my adventure bug when we were out in the woods. In case you're questioning my parents, they trusted me as young as age 5 to walk alone as long as I was with my dog, as he was very protective. My dad would also give me his cell phone to carry with me in case I needed any help. Up until I was about 15, I spent a lot of time alone by choice. After school, I'd be home by 3:20. In grade school,
God
eat
damn
lunch,
it.
and immediately take Bambi out into the woods. We'd explore the surrounding forests, fields, meadows, and ponds together. He was always right by my side and seemed attuned to spiritual stuff as well. If I felt something was in the house, he'd bark at it or whine, or I'd watch him follow it around. Usually, he picked up on the presence of something at the same time I would. From the backyard to the left, there's a small strip of trees. In the fall and winter, when the branches are bare, you can see the field next door.
For fuck's sakes, how long do you stay fucking unconned in this fucking situation? Oh, for fuck's sakes. What the fuck? It doesn't even phase them? Didn't even fucking flinch. Maybe I can get a fucking bandage off? I don't know. They don't even flinch. Hundred and 60 seconds? Was that 3 minutes? Well, this definitely sucks. Minute and a half. Well, this sucks. Where the fuck am I though? Clear the fuck over. Wait, what the fuck was that? What the fuck? The fuck is going on here? Well, I lost 2 guns. Um, fuck is my bitch? Okay. I get it. Position where I died. So my gun should still be sitting there on the floor. Got no food, no water. But no matter what, I still have to go past my death position to get back to the nearest fucking parking garage. Stick next to the water and draw everything over that way and then go shoot the one that's in that room. Through the window. I should be able to accomplish this without too much trouble. I don't know how well this is going to work. I guess we'll find out. Works pretty good on that. on those guys. Okay, this is gonna suck. 20 rounds at a fucking time. This gun's going bye-bye. Back at the fucking trader. At least this one I've got 150 rounds that I can just... This is why I hate fucking lever action, bold action in games. Oh, fuck. Shit, fuck, fuck, shit, fuck. Okay, well, when the server comes back up, we'll hop back in. We'll give it a couple of minutes. I'm going to run use the restroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy the
About
very
300
last of
yards from
this
my house.
story.
There's a big shed up there, in a kind of runway where my neighbor would fly his biplanes off of. What's important to the story is that I have no neighbors for a mile in every direction. It's pretty rare to see any kind of people on the surrounding properties, unless it's my neighbors hanging the fields in the summer. One day in early fall, I had been tromping through the woods with Bambi for several hours. I let him run off the leash most of the time, but he would run only about 20 feet ahead and keep turning around to check that I was still there. If I lost sight of him, he'd retrace his steps and find me again. That day, I got caught up whittling something, so Bambi ran off for a little bit, and I suddenly realized that I was alone. Suddenly, there was a lot of crashing deeper into the woods, and I heard Bambi's alarm bark, and a lot of yelping and then some screeching. Raccoons and gophers make really scary distress sounds, so I figured that that's what it was. I called for Bambi, and he popped out of some brush covered in pickers. Since I was spooked, I ran back home with him. Right as I got to the back door, I stopped to catch my breath, and Bambi and I were just standing there when I spotted something standing on the edge of the runway. It ran along the higher end of the field, and then there was a steep drop off the edge of the hill at the very end of it. They didn't appear to be wearing anything distinctive, but even in the dusk, I could still see that they appeared completely black, or everything about them was very shadowy and dark. This is the part that gives me shivers now. They were standing facing off of the runway, and then I saw them hunched over, then slowly raise their head and yell "Bambi" in the same high-pitched voice I used to call him. They had the same vocal inflection as me too, but it sounded like they were really trying hard to sound like me. Next to me, Bambi tucked his tail under, lowered his head, and growled softly. They called again, but this time it sounded like they were losing their voice, as if they'd been calling for a while. In my 8-year-old logic, I assumed that someone was trying to steal my dog, but why would they stand in the middle of the field and be obvious about it? When I told my parents about that night, they just dismissed the story. The next day, I went to my cousin's house 2 miles up the road, and my uncle told me about an animal he saw the night before that he was trying to identify. He said it looked like an emaciated cow sprinting across the bridge over the creek, which is about 300 yards from the runway. And also, since then, anyone who's been at my house has always been uneasy around the creek and the plane shed runway, whether or not they're interested at all in the paranormal. I know a lot of deaths have happened in nature, but I've also found several goats ripped up in the field. The nearest house with any amount of goats or farm animals is nearly 4 miles away, and a lot of unexplained things have happened there.
Okay, the bolt action we're getting rid of. The lever action we're going to keep. For now, though, we're going to go hop on the bike and go to the trader. We'll get some food. some food, some water. Do that normal fucking thing that requires you to stay alive. I don't know what this is, but it looks cool.
Hey there, welcome to the third attempt at the exact
This is a true story. First, some background. Mantua, Ohio is a railroad town boasting a creepy town center with an old railway station, surrounded by a rural landscape peppered with brick buildings, sprawling properties with dense woods and cornfields, guarded by sunny farmhouses of varying age and size. 44S runs one lane each direction. I made this drive regularly to visit my then boyfriend. Familiar with the area, I would usually have music on, enjoying the drive and fresh air. One day, in the middle of summer 2011, I was driving onto 44S into Mantua, making my usual trip in the mid-afternoon on a beautiful, clear day. I passed a quiet area just a few miles from my destination. On the right, houses on 2 to 3 acre lots with big front yards, longer driveways and attached garages, shaded by tall trees with thick foliage, with backyards full of dense woods. On the left, across the road, there's a cornfield bordered by a deep grassy drainage culvert stretching several miles long. I see something that looks off up ahead. It's hard to make out, but there's something on the opposite side of the road where the cornfields are. It's a ways off and hard to make out, but it's clearly a large brown hairy mass right next to the road. It's too dark in color to be a dead deer. Maybe an escaped cow. No, not that either. Something about this mass on the side of the road is unlike anything I've ever seen, and I just can't figure it out because I keep having to look back at the road. I see it move. Maybe whatever it is isn't roadkill, and it's just an animal grazing on the side of the road in a culvert. I rolled my window down to get a better look. I slow down a little as I pass by, and all at once, I realize what I'm seeing. The hairy mass is a dead dog, being eaten by another dog, the biggest dog I've ever seen, with the freakiest, emptiest eyes. As I pass by, This thing pulls its face out of the dog carcass it's eating to look up at my car and locks eyes with me. They looked right through me, and it felt like what I can only describe as pure evil. I pass it in my car at about 40 miles per hour. As I start to freak out and roll up my window, I check my mirror for a double take because I absolutely do not believe what I saw, and I see that its head is already back down, eating and out of view with no other defining features. It was totally unbothered by my car. I slow down, then speed up, then slow down, then speed up again. I want to know what I saw, but I completely freak out. I look for the nearest
Mega food?
side, maybe 50 to 75 yards away, and peel into the driveway to turn around and go back. As I put my car in park, I see that a man is home and sitting in a lawn chair outside his garage, faced parallel to the road, blissfully unaware of what's just up the road behind him, while his 2 Labradors amble around him. He sees me and assumes I'm just using his driveway to turn around, but is unsettled when I drove almost all the way up the driveway, park my car and get out, still freaking out. Take your dogs inside. You need to get inside your house. I tell him what I saw, and he gets up out of his lawn chair to look where I'm pointing, but the trees at the edge of his property block the scene from view, and it's just a bit too far. I get back into my car and keep warning him to get his dogs inside. If our places would have been exchanged, I probably would have called the cops on someone who came ripping into my driveway, rambling about some wild animal in a panic. I was terrified and full of adrenaline, with no regard for ruining this guy's peaceful afternoon. I don't remember how I left it with him, but I got back into my car, backed out onto 44, and headed back north from the way I came to get a better look at this thing, still from the safety of my moving car. I pass where it was, and it's gone. I drive back and forth one more time in disbelief at the whole thing, further back that I thought to be safe, thinking I'd underestimated the distance between the carcass and the house I stopped at. But there was a hole in the corn, or whatever this thing was, had clearly drugged the dog it was eating to finish it away from the road. I remember sitting, stopped on the side of the road after turning around again, and heading back south, looking across the road at this hole in the corn that looked far too innocent to do justice to what I had just seen. No one driving by would even notice it. I had my head on a swivel around my car and locked my doors, but something told me I wouldn't see it again, and to get out of there. So I did. When I passed the house again, the man and dogs weren't in the yard anymore, and the garage was closed. Completely rattled, I called my then boyfriend as I drove away, but if I remember correctly, he didn't answer. When I got there, I was so shaken up and couldn't make sense of what I'd seen. This was right after high school, and he still lived with his folks in a creaky farmhouse in Ravenna. They had just moved into it, and I did not feel safe in that house that night. I brought back all of my childhood fears of being afraid of the dark and what was under the bed, like that thing could be anywhere. I remember this like it was yesterday, and even though I've shared this story with a few friends, I've never written it down. Whatever this was built like a dog, but bigger than any dog I've ever seen. It was very dark brown with dirty hair. I've considered that it might have been a black bear with mange, but even though I only got a quick glimpse of it, it didn't move like a bear, and the piercing eyes in the broad daylight, those were something else. It was canine, not Bigfoot or any other common myth that I'm aware of. Maybe someone here will know. I haven't done too much research into what it could be, because I think part of me is scared to know what it could be. A black dog, a werewolf, I have no idea. It was big, at least 200 pounds, maybe bigger. The dog it was eating was also quite large. I'm a skeptic. To this day, this is the only unexplainable creepy thing I've seen with my own 2 eyes that truly shook me to my core. For months I couldn't stop thinking about it, and it it still scares and disturbs me to tell the story. There's weird stuff out there in the rural Midwest. I'm from remote Alaska. I grew up with stories of old creatures and legends, but I've also seen some things. My village is roughly 250 miles northwest of Fairbanks, Alaska. It is situated in the mountains and surrounded by a national park, so there's already suspicion of supernatural entities there. Growing up, I was always told about the Anuthli-Garak, or the little people. These smaller humanoids are of smaller proportions, but they're strong, fast, very smart, and they even speak an old dialect of the language of the area they live in. At a distant point in time, we lived alongside them and hunted for and with them out on the Nuna or tundra. But as one family was visiting another, a human's dog ate the little one's child, and so began a grudge that some still hold today towards humans. There are stories of people being lured away from their homes just to be tricked and left out in the middle of nowhere. There are also stories of them helping us humans in times of need. Like from my village, caribou were herded by a small blurry thing towards a group of people, and there was a good harvest of animals that fall. There are also stories of the Inukpak, sometimes called Bigfoot by people, even though they don't always look like an ape-like human. The old stories talk of giants that roamed the land in silence or in anger. One story even tells of a cannibalistic one out west near Nome or Kotzebue. Back home, they come around when the caribou do, like the Anuthli-Garak, and will either be mischievous or just watchful of humans. In my personal experience, I've seen the little ones and the big ones. They can both resemble humans or just a blur on the land. I believe they're part of another world or dimension, and that's why they cannot always be seen. But hey, we may never know.
I'm
My
guessing
3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear
the
infection,
bigger guns are
which led him to
black
visit
market
doctors. I
or
spent with him
finding
this
game.
particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and to keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 a.m. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the Tylenol. I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our deck door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind the apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot to the far back right of the apartment. I figured they were dropping someone off. I saw the movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area, purposely faced her car in that direction so she could see while she walked her dog. As it got closer, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and there was no dog. I don't know what it was that I saw, but I'll describe it in the best way I can. At first, it looked just like a dog, corgi size, but as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then it looked like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala. I live in New Jersey, and there are no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart is pounding out of my chest, and I'm scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear that I've never felt before. I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend, and I shook him awake very roughly. I said, "You gotta come see this." He was a bit annoyed with me. When we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now. White stripe down the center, with a perky, fluffy tail. I said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed that I woke him up over a damn skunk, but at that moment, I also felt relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, It looked as if it was struggling to find a form. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also coming back together again at the same time. I know this doesn't make sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, it looked like a person crawling on the ground with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the leg. Then it changed again, and it looked like a raccoon, groundhog, black bear, cat, koala, deer, and skunk. The part that stuck out to me the most was that whatever it was seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time, it was growing. Whoever had their headlights on turned them off as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quick. I'd say it was only about a couple of minutes from start to finish. My boyfriend ended up going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again, but it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a very hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I was scared and creeped out. I know if I hadn't woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely wouldn't believe me and would have chalked it all up to me being groggy from just waking up, or possibly it just being an animal. Unfortunately, I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. I live near a very large, very populated national park. Locals here, like myself, are pretty aware of the goings-on near here. Strange sounds, strange creatures, and strange disappearances. I have dealt with these myself in the past on hikes, and even just relaxing in the park. Here is one that still freaks me out to this day. I was at my grandma's house that's deep in the boonies. The only road to there is a gravel road that's pretty much washed away, so without a good car, you're not getting out there anyway. My cousins lived in a trailer with their moms right below my grandma's. We played all sorts of games, which mainly involved me getting chased. I was the youngest. My grandma was in the hospital with my aunt, so our older cousin, Dee, had to watch us. Dee was, and still is, the only cousin that's older than us that we still hold in high regards. He would mess with us and play around, but actually cared about us. The whole day we spent playing around, but we would usually play more at night. Things like hide and seek and tag and whatever else. We had been playing pretty far away from the house, and it was starting to get dark. We decided to go back to the house and grab flashlights and play manhunt. Of course, I was the one being hunted. I ran pretty far into the woods on the other side of the property and hid behind a log. I heard my cousins getting close, so I ran, and they saw me. We ended up running to the very back of the property line, almost a mile from the house, and we saw my cousin, Dee. He looked at us and kind of growled, and we all ran away from him, thinking it was a game. We ran back onto the gravel road, and we saw him walk out of the tree line, but he did it weird, kind of gloatingly in a way. We ran into the house and decided to barricade the door to play a prank on him. We moved a couple of things in front of the door, but decided to move the big coffee table in front of it too. As we loudly scooted the table across the floor, Dee came into the living room from the master bedroom, rubbing his eyes. We had obviously woken him up from all the movement, and he was mad. We had told him about seeing him chase us, and he got wide-eyed. He told us to go to our bedroom and stay there. We sat in the bedroom for about 20 minutes, and he came in and told us not to worry, that it was just him scaring us, and we went on with the night. It wasn't until about 3 years later, when I was 13, that he had told me the truth. It was a skinwalker. He told me that he's dealt with it when he was our age, and he proceeded to tell me his story. I may share this someday, depending on how This is, of course, just one story. There are a lot more. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a new home out in the woods in Tennessee. I wanted to be brief here, but I need to get this off my chest. And after looking into this matter a little more, I have a lot more details that I think will paint a clear picture in the end. So please bear with me. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I'd forgotten something in my car and headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me as I'm her whole world, but not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out and then looked up at me like no. So, I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. I still shrugged this off and walked down my front steps and headed to my car. When I'd gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing. After I reached in my car for what I'd forgotten to grab earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of the hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle. At first, I thought it was a rabbit that I'd spooked, as I had seen one just earlier in the day, right where this was. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into a shrub. I drew my gun and called out, and said whoever this was is about to be shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm, turned, and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep, panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog. What made me run back to my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leaped up onto my porch, turned, and drew my gun again, expecting something right there. But again, there was nothing. A couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped back inside my house. Now at this point, I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it go. A month or so later, it was a really rainy and stormy night. This was around 9 p.m., and my wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing the rain is. Me, growing up in Oregon, loved the rain, and for the past 10 years we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in a day, then be bone dry for the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing. She loved going outside and watching the rain. So, for us, this is an enjoyable experience. Except this night in particular, things took a weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops me and said, "Did you hear that?" "No. What did you hear?" I asked. "I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house," she said. "No, I didn't hear anything," I replied. After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again. I didn't hear a thing, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" I told her. She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that?" wish, I replied. We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. That's so weird. I swear it sounds like our son, my wife said. Well, it isn't him. He's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything, I told her. She then stands up and says, well, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him. Now at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know she's absolutely creeped out by the woods and wouldn't be caught dead walking into them during daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, I've been listening intently, and there's absolutely nobody calling out for help. You need to stay here. At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character, not to mention that at this time, she was 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, what if there's some child out there lost in the woods? Well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there are no other kids around here for miles, and the odds of them being lost 100 feet from our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is nil, I told her. I know, but what if it's a kid? She says. Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again and said, no, you're not. Get in the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside. She then complies, and we both go inside. I didn't know what that was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open, and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have the door set up so that they can't open it without us there. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. What was weird was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out the front and saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she's doing, and she says she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying out in the woods. I said, seriously, and you just decided to walk off into the woods and investigate? She then looks out to the woods and says, see? There it is again, and I can't hear anything. But what I did notice is that it was completely silent out again. I told her just like before, the chances of a baby being close outside of our house is slim. The baby out there, she said. Well, if that were true, I would. Now at this point, I actually asked her to see some pictures, and she felt really bad about this, knowing what I do. The key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we're out front on the porch. It's early evening, and I just mowed the lawn this day, and our 3-year-old son was riding around in his little car in front of the house. Now, I know it's not after drinking all day on their boats. As we were talking, we're both keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds, as all they said were, how are things? Good, we replied. He told us to stop and his wife got I scolded him. Or else, I told him, and he adamantly pointed his words and kept trying to tell me something. I walked into the woods and just assumed he saw a deer or squirrel. squirrel or something and wanted to see it up close. He cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go into the woods. But I just wrote this off as him being curious, and most 3-year-old boys are. Now this instance isn't isolated, as our twins have done something similar, but not quite as extreme as theirs. There have been nights where we had just lay down for the night and heard a loud bang on the side of our house on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I could see nothing. Now the weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers and grabbed one of my 12-gauge shotguns and walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house and shined the light around intently. As I approached the backside of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt like something was watching me. I shined the light up in the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs that were in the area weren't making a peep. Now our dogs have no filter and will bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me, so to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a peep, really had me worried. As I kept walking, all of a sudden the crickets and frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch. I walked back into the house and told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said okay, as long as our dogs were okay. Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs in and sleep with us. This very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of our house. It's random and annoying, but just like this instance, every time there's nothing going on outside. There have also been times where we were sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I told her no, and she said she swears she heard me call her name in her ear. She said it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it was so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part of this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and it's like a balcony, as it has no stair access outside. I think the previous owner built it for barbecuing. There have been several instances where she would say she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking she was going crazy, but as you will see,
Wish there was a faster skinning knife.
into this final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property, next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself cuts straight into the woods, going about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up to my shop. I have to say, it has always felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing. When you're down there, it feels like you're miles from anyone. One day, around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was starting to fade soon, so I knew this was going to be the final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips downrange, other than this feeling of uneasiness. As I got downrange, I kept feeling like someone or something was watching me. I looked around, but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree. Now, if you've been in the Tennessee woods, you will know that a lot of branches fall off trees randomly out of nowhere. So this is nothing new. Except this time, it was very loud and sounded like fresh, strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again, couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again saw nothing. As I started to walk, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around, facing the range, and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag and quickly walked back up to the house. I never told my wife about this, as I didn't want her to freak out. Fast forward about a year later from when we moved in, and my niece is staying with us as live-in nanny to earn money over summer break for college. We were on our way back from the store, and about a mile from our house, I saw two eyes reflecting the headlights, coming from a white tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but also a different color and size. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I made a comment that it was almost as if it had known I could see its eyes, and it moved. The color was kind of golden and green, but they resembled the mannerisms of a large cat, as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree and saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. As we're getting bags out of the car, my 3-year-old came bolting out of the house, excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in her bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction. She was looking at my neighbor's property across the street. Now, what I saw kept me up all night. Up until this point, I've always been skeptical, as I've never seen anything with my own 2 eyes, even if it had happened to me the year prior. I still had my doubts that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The street is kind of a spread out neighborhood. The house sits on several acres, and at the end of our road behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a figure between the trees and the house. The movement caught me off guard. Then, when it came out into clear view, it stood up and walked like a man. But what was strange about it was the distance it was covering, and the fact that it was
I will.
Cleared it just 45 feet in what moved like lightning. Whatever it was, it wanted release. It was waiting for her. She stood out her the car. As she entered my driveway, she turned and ran back up on the porch. She said it was a figure hiding inside of a tree.
Yeah, no, they don't. Some of them latch onto your leg and they explode. Others latch onto your leg and they fucking kick your ass till you black out. And then they just keep fucking beating you up every time you wake up. Till you die. I think another one might be stabbing you when it grabs a hold of you.
Went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall human-shaped figure. It was really tall and looked ominous as hell. Next week, we did a height comparison to the tree limb we saw it standing over, and we put its height to around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, this thing was a glimmerman or crow. I looked to see if there was any other sightings in Benton County, but nothing. More importantly, I swear it would phase in and out, almost like a shadow person. Bigger and more obvious. One of the things that makes it fit is that it can communicate.
They break your legs.
This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it had a playback of communication, so when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs it had heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help, as he had recently fell and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby, who she'd given birth to recently. It must have heard him calling my wife's name. Kept telepathically saying my wife's name with her voice. Another thing is that the nurse had said last night that she felt compelled to go outside. She said she'd felt this thing communicating with her, and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this thing, the more everything that's been happening in the past year makes sense. Something that I find extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake,
Fuck you. God damn it, you fucking piece of shit dog. Move.
a lot of the property down our road is underdeveloped owned land, and on one of the trees, there's this large old sign that says, "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. I have to admit, when I first saw the sign, I laughed, thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of our neighborhood, that entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything. It's just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt this is the ending. The next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day. And if there's more than one of these sightings out there, this really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel perplexed and scared as to what I can do. I wanted to thank you all for the support. Unfortunately, we can't afford to get a camera system or trail cameras that many have recommended. I'm a disabled veteran, and I just lost my business due to the lockdowns. We're struggling to afford the basic amenities currently. One night, when my niece arrived, we went out on the front porch to welcome her. I did notice something that looked like a face staring at me, but what was weird was that as I was staring at it, It moved back into the shadow without moving, if that makes any sense. The one thing that I would like to add in this update that I thought was connected was about 2 to 3 weeks ago. My wife and I had been in an argument about something silly. She decided to walk into our woods Now, I knew the chances of something happening
Fucker.
were slim, but I found it odd that she chose to go into the woods.
Cut them up
rather
to
than
get
simply
a
go
doll,
to the
and somewhere on the map there should be a little creepy 3-foot tree. You place one of each type of bear to summon the giant teddy bear. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I know you can cut them up and you get the little ones. And these are sellable at one of the traders.
I went back into the house and debated calling someone, but I figured I would give her a bit more time. I went to the back patio and waited. After about an hour, I started to get really worried. I called out her name again and decided that I would call if she hadn't returned at the hour-and-a-half mark. After another 20 minutes went by, she came walking back out of the woods. Angry that she worried me so much, yet also relieved, I asked her what she was thinking. She said, "What?" as she walked back up into the house. She came in and looked at me like I was crazy. I said, "Did you not hear me calling out to you?" She said she only heard me once, and she replied, and this is where it gets crazy. She said, "I've only been gone for 10 to 15 minutes. Why are you freaking out?" When I told her that she'd been gone for an hour and 20 minutes, she didn't believe me. She also said that when she went down there, she didn't go very far, but when she turned around, she started walking and got worried that she was lost. She said she didn't recognize where she was, but something told her to keep walking. She said it felt strange, and that the air felt different. When she came back out of the woods, she was relieved to see the house. Now, the part that upsets me the most about this is that where she said she was is impossible. I was literally standing 20 to 30 feet away from this spot. If she
How's your day so far, Will, by the way?
talk to me in a normal voice. My concern is that he can see the house from this spot, and how she felt lost is mind-boggling. I don't know what this was. I thought that again she was just losing her mind. I plan to go back where she was with her to prove that you can see the house from there, but I want her to show me exactly where all she went, as well as talk me through everything. An update on June 24th, 2022. Weird things kept happening. My 3-year-old son was playing on the back patio a few feet away from us, and all of a sudden, the dogs inside jump and start barking as one of our dogs, Duke, that's on the patio with him, comes bolting into the door. I jump up to see what's going on, and my son's pointing at the tree line, saying, "Werewolf, Daddy, werewolf." Now my son loves watching videos of werewolves for toddlers for some reason. I would normally put this off as nothing, but if you saw the look on his face, you would know that he was serious. Plus, with the way my dogs reacted, he had to have seen something. I pulled out my phone and began recording. He kept saying, "Daddy, look, werewolf in the bushes." I tell him I can't see anything, but I can hear something really big in the leaves. An update on September 7th, 2022. My niece quit. She said she couldn't handle all the stuff that's been happening to her. Everything was fine for a while. We kept indoors for the most part. We went out on the porch one night with a flashlight and camera, hoping to catch something. We kept hearing things in the brush, which could be anything. After a while of not seeing anything, we went back inside. I said my prayers and then slept like a baby. My niece, however, did not. She woke up late the next day and seemed a bit jumpy. I asked her what's wrong. She said that she didn't sleep well as something was outside her window. It took a bit of prodding to get her to talk about it. She said she could hear something big outside her window, but every time she looked, she couldn't see anything. She said she heard weird noises that she couldn't describe.
Ugh.
She came out to the
See, that's the shitty thing about servers like this.
fast asleep.
There's
She decided to
no
go back
loot to
home and
loot.
go to sleep watching YouTube on her phone. She said she was almost asleep when she felt something standing right behind her. She turned around and there was nothing. She said she kept having that feeling, but brushed it off as her imagination. That was until about 3 a.m. when she woke up. She said she had her phone on the windowsill playing a video. She had the same feeling as before, but this time it was very intense. Like whatever it was, it wanted to devour her. She turned around quickly and saw what looked like a shadow disappear into the wall in the blink of an eye. She told me this kept happening until she passed out late in the morning. I told her that it was weird, as we've never experienced anything like that in the house before. We have had weird things happen. Things disappear for a while, and reappear days or months later in the exact spot they last were. She said it felt like whatever this was, it made her feel like it wanted to hurt her. I told her to keep me updated and let me know if anything else happens. A few days later, she asks if she can use the hot tub that's out back. I explain that it's off and we can't afford to heat it. I open it to look inside. The water looks good, minus a little cleanup that needs to be done. As I'm walking around, suddenly I hear this really loud thump behind me.
Oh, those stuffed animal things have such shitty hitboxes.
I turned around to see what it was.
He's in the hospital with pneumonia and he's asking for donations again. To spread the word to help him out. He has a donation link in his Discord. Is it the same as it was before?
She asks if I can leave the back patio door open, so if she needs She says every night something new happens to her, but when I ask her to elaborate, she would refuse. A few nights later, I walk out on the porch and notice it's dead quiet again. I ask her to come out the porch with me. She says she's tired and wants to call her boyfriend and go to bed. My wife gets up early and takes care of the kids, and it's my turn to handle the night shift. She's in bed at this point. I decide I don't have the guts to do this alone. So I put on a movie and relax on my couch. I end up falling asleep and wake up at 3 a.m. to a noise coming from my niece's room. It sounds like a distant voice coming off the wall. I call out to the top, but there's no response. I figure it must be her video and decide to let it be. I head to bed, and just as I start to pass out, another loud bang happens. I wake up to hear what sounds like something skitterering on the wall outside of my bedroom. I understand that this is weird in the air, physically impossible. I look at the window, but don't see anything. After going out and checking on the side multiple times as well as still nothing, I decide to forget it and go back to sleep. The next day, my niece comes out and tells me that she had the shadow thing happen again.
I am pitting their heads with bullets.
She said she woke up to getting that feeling again. She said that when she opened her eyes, she could see an extremely tall, shadowy figure standing over the top of her. She said it was moving closer to her, She said the eyes haunted her, but didn't want to elaborate any further. The next morning, for the first time ever, my niece was up bright and early. I noticed she looked anxious as she told me that she's headed home for the 4th of July weekend and will be back on Tuesday. I ask her if she's okay, and she says yes, and quickly walks out the door. Later that day, I get a call from my sister telling me that she won't be coming back. I ask her if everything's all right, and she says yes, that she just wants to enjoy the rest of her summer. A little while later, I get a call from my niece telling me that she doesn't want to work here anymore, as she can't handle the anxiety from whatever is out there. She doesn't elaborate more than that, but whatever has been going on in her room has her petrified. I checked on her room and noticed that she's been sleeping with one of the windows wide open. The window is perfectly accessible from the outside. I don't know what's been going on, but whatever it is, looks like it could have been coming into the room. Fast forward to the 4th of July. I do fireworks out front of the property by the road facing the woods. Due to what's been happening at night, I decided to do them prior to it getting dark outside. We do our fireworks, and just as it starts getting dark, I get everyone inside. After a couple of hours, I remember that my hose is still on the ground and laying out by the road. I head out to clean everything up and put the hose away. But while I'm doing this, I notice it's dead silent again, minus the sound of the fireworks in the distance. The hairs in the back of my neck go up, and I get the feeling that I'm being watched again. I hurry and coil the hose, and ran back into the house. I swear, I'm starting to wonder if it's just my mind playing tricks on me at this point. My two buddies and I went on a hunting trip for bull elk last November, and we were having a great time, to say the least. That, however, would soon change after what we saw on the 3rd day. Now, I'm not one for superstition, and I don't believe in ghosts at all, but what we saw out there really changed my view about those sort of things. The trip started out normally after we parked our trailers at camp. We got there a day early before the hunt officially started, so we could settle in and get some scouting done. Only Eric and I had licenses because Brian didn't drive. Brian also brought along his German Shepherd named Lucy, which stayed back at camp with a leash that was connected to a metal spike. The spike was so deep in the ground that I wondered if we would be able to get it out. I asked Brian, and he just told me that his dog was so strong that it had to be deep. I enjoyed Lucy. She was always excited to see me and would greet me by jumping up on 2 legs and trying to lick my face. Eric, however, was not amused by her and would constantly yell at her to leave her alone. Anyway, the first 2 days, we saw so many elk in the valleys and on the sides of the mountains that I thought for sure we would see some bulls out there, but there were none among them. It wasn't until the 3rd day of the hunt that we saw a bull elk, but it was take a shot at it. And even if we were able to hit it, it would take hours trying to pack that thing out. So we hunkered down next to the fallen trees and were able to watch a hillside. While we were surveying the area, Brian spotted a coyote about 250 yards, walking to the south part of the stranger.
Bobby Hugger.
Took out his binoculars.
That's the splody one.
The coyote, it ain't looking right. It has a hunch like a bear. It's Joe. Oh man. Let me see those binos. I asked curiously with an outstretched hand. Eric handed them to me, and as he did, he seemed to grasp his gun tightly. I took them. You're right. That thing's jaw is just hanging there. Also, did you happen to notice its hair? Neatly disposed. dropped down soon after. It was a clean kill. Henry was curious about seeing what was wrong with the animal up close, so he started getting ready to hike out. As he put his stuff together, he said, "You probably just didn't get a good look at it, Brian. Your dog is fine." Brian stood up, and as he brushed the dirt from his ass, he replied, "I swear I saw my dog, but an evil, demented version of it with human eyes." He's probably right. There's no way she could have had the strength to yank out the metal stake holding her back at camp. Well, let's go find out the truth about this. I sighed excitedly as I started walking towards the dead animal. It took us about half an hour to hike over to it, the animal's corpse, as we had to pass through some trees. Once we finally got to the spot where the animal was corpse, just a puddle of blood. However, the blood was blackish. Eric observed the scene and started to scratch his head as he said, "I could have sworn I shot that man. There's no way he could have just gotten back up and walked off." I had an eerie feeling about the Brian was so afraid that it might have been his dog that got shot. Eric, however, blood leading into a dark tree line. Without asking, he started to follow it, and he loaded his gun. As he we were both freaked out, and just watched Eric as he went into the forest. He soon went out of sight, and didn't leave him there, so we waited. I passed the time by taking a skinny stick and poking at the puddle of blood. It smelled terrible, and the aroma hit me pretty hard. So much so that my stomach convulsed and I threw up. "Okay," Brian asked as he put his hand on my back. Before I could answer, there was a loud shot that echoed through the trees. I said as I spit into the grass. As soon as I said this, we could now see Eric, but he was full sprinting. "Run!" he screamed as he ran at us. I noticed that he must have dropped his gun because he wasn't carrying it. I was about to ask him what happened, but Brian grabbed my arm and yanked me towards where we parked the truck. Without hesitation, I ran. We soon made it back to the truck, and my shoulder hurt from the rubbing of the gun strap. I looked back at Eric, who slowed down, laughing. I soon looked behind him and saw nothing chasing
Ugh, I need a reloader.
truck and got in without worry. Eric
I need one of the sci-fi reloaders is what I need.
I was so perplexed on what Eric saw out there, and I knew that he hardly ever got scared of anything, so this started to freak me out. I started driving fast back to camp, and I asked Eric, "What did you see out there that was scary enough to make you drop your gun?" "I don't know, man. That was no damn animal. I followed the trail of blood, and it stopped at the base of a tree, and I was wondering how a coyote was able to climb a tree. But when I looked up, I
Yeah, this is an Apex.
Hunting again.
This is the Lost Colony.
That what happened to Brian's dog could happen to us. And that thing since that experience, I am now a superstitious.
This is the first time we've ever played on here, so
I was wondering if anyone else has also had any experience with the
yeah, I think they have a similar mod on here. They have one that's a mag reloader, and then they have one that's a item repair, so you can pristine restore anything,
popular coffee shop that was inside of a popular
even if it's a ruined item.
One day around Christmas time, I had two guests that struck me as odd immediately. They were pale Caucasian women, probably mid-20s. They had the exact same haircut, very straight, platinum blonde bowl-like cuts. Their faces were quite round, and their eyes were a noticeably bright hazel color and appeared quite large, but not in like
Oh, is that it?
gray alien.
Am I out of ammo?
Both also had a fairly odd stiff gait, as though they had a board strapped to their back.
Yep.
They sort of shuffled their feet around when they walked. They both also had oversized sweaters, and I noticed later the shorter one had theirs on backwards. The weird part was their behavior. When they first walked in, the shorter one looked around the store as if they'd never been in one. Her overall demeanor was somewhat charming, like a good customer service rep. I welcomed them in and told them to ask
The R301 would be a lot better if it had a larger mag,
slowly nodded her head towards me. Mouse.
but it's too much like a shotgun
Instead of waving it at the
to be worthwhile.
she waves with her palm, palm flat,
But we'll burn up whatever ammo I can, and
wiper motion. She then turns to the taller
the
one,
vanilla, or not vanilla, but the spawn gun
often point all around the store and seem to be asking
so far seems to do more damage per round than anything
obviously
else.
but my city
The repeater works great on the big alien-looking zombies, but the stuffed animal ones,
the specific
it doesn't do fucking
can usually
dick all to those ones.
be from, whether it's Germanic, Slavic, Asiatic, Middle Eastern, or whatnot in origin. But the language they spoke to each other was very strange, and not like one I've ever heard. Imagine if you mixed Sinish with baby language and sped it up. Lots of ga, blah, and oo sounds. They continued on checking out the merchandise and going on to the Q&A session. They would often open up cups and look inside, grab bags of beans and squeeze and shake them. At one point, the shorter one took apart a French press.
Nice thing about the smaller mags, they reload
What it was for.
full faster,
Another 10 minutes or so. When the
but
shorter
they also run out
cut to purchase,
like way fast.
counter and places
So if you don't have clear line of sight on shit,
reassurance.
it fucking
Again, does a simple nod in encouragement.
it's
She then
trash.
and attempts to smile, which was just baring her perfectly straight white top teeth, as though she were biting her bottom lip, and slowly nodding, not saying a word. It was here I noticed her sweater was on backwards,
Oh.
the tag sticking out in front of her neck. Now that I have a good look, I will say she was attractive, but there was something about her appearance that gave me uncanny valley vibes. I couldn't tell you what it was. I will say I don't recall them ever blinking. I scanned the cup and went on a typical checkout spiel. And it was started
Works good for shooting the
had no markings whatsoever. No logos.
for
no
shooting the
no
big aliens though.
just blank plastic with a chip. She then looks back over to the taller one and says something. comes over and finishes the transaction for her, showing her as though it was a teaching moment. I hand her the cup. She slowly nods her head. They then shuffle their way out of the cafe and the rest of the
Ugh.
to people before. Usually halfway there. Just or maybe they had a condition of sorts. Like I've said, I've encountered many foreigners, and none of them acted this much like a fish out of water. Nor was their overall demeanor and behavior this uncanny. I won't rule it out as a possibility, of course, but it doesn't quite fit satisfactory for me. It was just my entire life. If you know anything about California, it's very diverse. Up north is filled with mountains and trees, and the south is a lot more. It's a beautiful place, and my after an 8-hour drive. I was very tired. I went and lay down in the bed that was in the loft. It was quiet. It was like being in a different world. I was so used to cars zooming by and people talking right outside my house, but it was quiet. I fell asleep fairly quickly. Around 4 hours into my sleep, I jerked up and looked around for a bit before hearing strange tapping. I looked around to see where it was coming from, but to no avail. It sounded like someone was tapping on the window part of the back door. I figured I was just paranoid and went back to sleep. Day 2. Nothing happened this day, and I slept fine. Day 3. I woke up early in the morning, maybe 4. I heard a crash coming from the attic ladder that was placed conveniently right behind the couch I was sleeping on. I didn't move. I heard a few footsteps. You know that feeling you get when you feel someone staring at you? That's how I felt. I was on my side, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, I felt somebody or something fall over me. I felt their 2 hands on either sides of me, and I knew that
Oh.
from mine. Like I said, I was facing straight ahead, and I wasn't going to turn my face to see who it was. They stayed there for what felt like forever, until I felt them crawl backwards, and then off the couch. I heard the dog let out a muffled bark, in which someone shushed her, then let out a good girl. The presence stayed there for what felt like an eternity, until I heard footsteps going out the back door. Still, I didn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. Needless to say, I didn't go back to sleep. I checked on my friends a bit later on when I felt the coast was clear. None of my friends had left their rooms that night. I told them my experience, and they said I was being paranoid. I halfway agreed with them, and our day went on as planned. Later on day 3, after a day at the lake with my friends, we came back to a quiet and cozy cabin. The caretakers of the cabin told us there was a river a bit farther.
Too bad I can't skin the aliens and get
My friends decided to stay back and rest.
body part pay.
And a small backpack with snacks and my phone. It was a pretty straightforward trail. There was tall grass on either sides of the trail. It was a thin path, but pretty easy to navigate. When I got to the riverbank, there were 2 picnic tables. I didn't want to get eaten by mosquitoes, but I stupidly wore sandals. I put my bag on the table and started my walk back to the cabin. For some odd reason, the path seemed distorted. What was once a straightforward trail was now covered in rough terrain. I noticed the tall grass on the side of the path had been disturbed. It was as if something huge, and I mean gigantic, had walked over the long grass. At first I thought maybe it was a bear, since the locals had told us bears were a problem this time of year. But the sheer size of it made me second guess that. I was a bit taken aback by this. However, I continued and made it back to the cabin, then back to the river. I was a little frightened now. I kept telling myself I was just freaking myself out, and I should enjoy the nature. I sat down at one of the tables and watched the river. After a while, I felt like there was something staring at me. I looked around, assuming one of my friends was on their way to prank me, but there was no one. Across the river, I noticed a bit of brush that was shaken up. There was a clearing in the bushes that was fenced off by two logs in an X shape. The longer I sat in that spot, the more worried I got. I couldn't help but feel like there was something behind the thick brush that I couldn't see. I went down the river, hoping to come across some kind of life. But nothing. No fish, no frogs, no roads, just mosquitoes, and a bunch of them at that. Disappointed with the lack of anything really, I went to sit back at the table. And that's when I heard it. It was a noise I can't really describe. It was a scream, but a gurgle, as if whatever it was had a mouthful of water. It was inhuman. I froze. In the moment, I should have been running for my life, but I just froze. I heard rustling in the bushes behind me, the ones I was worried about earlier. Then, again, the scream. It was the loudest thing I've ever heard. Run. And so I did. I sprinted my ass through the forest. What should have been a quick trip back to the cabin was anything but. After about 10 minutes of sprinting, I noticed I was lost. I stopped for a few moments, frantic to see if I could find anything that looked familiar. I saw a bridge that I crossed on my way there, and I started sprinting. I thought to myself, why didn't that damn thing kill me? I had stopped for a good minute, but I could hear it chasing me. It was a fucking game for the damn thing. Every time I stopped, it would as well. I finally made it back to my cabin, and instead of going inside, I stood on the porch. I faced the forest, and I cried. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, but I knew it was still out there. I didn't want to turn my back to it, so I sat there for hours, silently crying, occasionally checking my phone, and, well, writing this. I don't know what the hell that thing was. The only thing I can even compare it to is a Wendigo. All I know is that I will not be going to that river ever again. If you could please shed some insight on what or who might have been out there, I would appreciate it. These past 2 days have just been too weird not to be connected. The last day of the trip, we burned some sage before heading to bed that night. My friend Brett came up to me around 4 in the morning and told me he couldn't sleep. We watched TV for a little while, before again hearing taps on the back window. It lasted a few seconds, and was sort of in intervals, if that makes sense. My friend Brett managed to get a video. We didn't check it out because, well, quite frankly, we were scared as hell. After about 10 minutes, the tapping stopped. Brett and I took turns sleeping. No other strange thing occurred that night. Brett and I were woken up by loud banging on the shed out back. We went to investigate, and there was nothing there. I'm leaving in 2 hours. I'm so excited to get back to the city life and leave this place and all its weird shit behind. Probably against my better judgment, I went back to the river to take some pictures. Something very strange happened while I was out there. I really can't explain it. It was loud gurgling noises and soft music. I was pretty deep in the forest, and there was no one out there with me. I got back to the house and had my friend Brett go up into the attic, while myself and the others watched from below. There was nothing up there. I'm not sure if I feel better or worse knowing there's nothing up there. I did find some sage under the cabinet, which makes me wonder if it was there for a reason. When I was a teenager, around 2004, we used to sneak down through a quiet area of scrub over the dunes onto the beach to smoke weed.
Oh, you kidding?
In a very small coastal town.
We've got a base over here.
South Wales. Typical wildlife was possums, wallabies, and maybe the occasional kangaroo. Definitely no dingoes, crocs, or other apex predators around. One night, as we quietly made our way down the path, we noticed a shuffling, rustling sound in the undergrowth near the path. We stopped moving, and the sound seemed to stop as well. There was absolutely zero light, except from some houses in the distance and the moon. After a brief pause, we decided to keep moving. We heard the rustling sound again, and this time noticed some bushes moving. We stopped, and my friend whispered, "Holy shit, did anyone else see the trees move?" I whispered back, "I only saw the bushes move." We stood there, frozen, for a few beats. In my head, I was weighing up the option to either continue on the path or leg it back home. We took a few more steps forward, and we heard a sound like leaves crunching underfoot. And at this point, I reached out and grabbed my friend's hand, thinking maybe we were being followed by someone. It was right then I noticed I could smell something awful. "What the fuck is that smell?" my mate whispered. His voice came out so small it frightened me even more. We stood there for what felt like ages, but it was probably only a minute or two, until we heard a low groan/growl sound coming from a few meters away. Now, brush-tailed possums are quite common to the area, and are known to make a kind of grunting/coughing sound, but they are higher pitched and more chirpy sounding than what we heard. This was a low and more sonorous sound. Needless to say, we wordlessly booked it straight back up the path we came. It sounded to me like a huge commotion of leaves crunching, branches shaking, and crashing behind us as we ran. But reflecting on it with my adult hindsight, it definitely could have been us making all that noise. We never went back to that spot again, and would bring it up from time to time, trying to speculate on what could have followed us that night. Our best theories were that it was just a big possum or person trying to scare us. The biggest issue we would argue over why a possum would follow us, let alone down on the ground, although my friend says he saw a tree branch move as well. And if it was a person, how did they make that sound? And what was that smell? Why didn't we hear any footfalls?
Ooh, that smell.
Coincidence of events. A person following us, a nearby possum growling, and a nearby dead animal stink wafting over just at the right moment. It still makes me shiver to think about it now. This was about 4 or 5 years ago. Back then, I lived with my mother in a shed on a farm surrounded by woodland. Our farmland was a part of a larger piece of farmland that was split up and sold off, so we did have neighbors, though they were roughly half a kilometer away each. We loved that because of the privacy. It wasn't like there was nobody nearby I could go to if I needed help. That thought is what had me fearlessly walking alone at night between the hours of 7 to 8 p.m., sometimes fluctuating from earlier to later, depending on the day. Sometimes I even went out on a walk at 2 a.m. in the morning because I was restless and couldn't sleep. Looking back, this was incredibly stupid, and after this incident, I never walked after 6 p.m. ever again, always making sure there was at least some sunlight left when I set out. The route I always took was a road circuit. The first part was out in the open in front of all the other farms, including my own. If anything had happened, At least one person would have noticed, and reception was pretty good, so I would have also been able to call someone. The second half, on the other hand, was concealed by about 200 meters of woods between the farms and the back road, stretching the full 2 kilometers at the back of the farm. And it was during that part of the walk when I had this creepy encounter. It was
A night
I can't remember what
on
but it
the
was pitch
brews
black with the
at the
exception of
pub.
the torchlight.
Hi, Nate.
I was about to
How are ya?
approach the turn in the loop that would bring me out into the open again.
What?
when I
You'll have to
heard
explain what Baza.
It was this monotone voice that repeatedly asked for help. It didn't
Is that
sound
your?
in the
Is
least.
that
I
like
took my earphones out and turned
wasted
to make sure I was hearing
below
it,
the equator?
but it didn't stop. Hell. A very stupid part of me almost responded, because for some reason, my first instinct was, oh no, someone's in trouble, like a naive kid, even though I would have been like 16 or 17 at the time. Of course, then my brain kicked in, and I realized that approaching that voice was just about the stupidest thing I could do, so I started quietly backing away. Unfortunately, my cat had followed me on the walk and wasn't backing away with me. No, she was walking towards the voice, softly hissing. I remember desperately trying to get her to come back towards me without alerting the voice to my presence, just in case they hadn't noticed me yet. But I was getting scared and didn't want to
I have
stay
more,
there.
but I'm running low
So I ran
on
forward and
ammo.
grabbed her. I then turned around and bolted back towards the house.
I got almost 300 rounds of that.
As I was making so much noise while running that there was no
Baza,
way
an
I was
Aussie version of Barry in the last story about smelly creature late at night that no one knew what it was. Ah,
And even though I couldn't hear anyone behind me, I never once looked
so
up until I was
Baza is like an Aussie cryptid?
It doesn't end
Wait,
there.
is it a specific
How terrifying it was.
creature?
Still a part of me was
Like
concerned about who it
Bigfoot is in America?
was. What if they really had needed help? So I asked my mother to drive us to the
Or is it just like any kind of cryptid is a Baza?
That being nothing, we called out and called out, but nobody
Just out of curiosity.
we didn't
Try
hear
to
what
expand
was.
my
Luckily, neither
brain a
was
little
that
bit.
stupid. We drove home, having seen nothing and no one, but it still bothered me in the morning. So I had my mother drive us over again, and we searched the immediate area. Nothing.
Ah,
No indication that anyone had been there. There was no body, which admittedly was a drastic thing to search for, but I know shock can lead
wearing
to
a hat with corks too.
explain the voice and the lack of response afterwards, and that made me
Corks
feel
like
that
bobber
maybe
corks for
I might
fishing?
find a body in the morning. I don't know if I would have preferred this outcome, because at least then I would have had a face to the voice. But no, we found absolutely nothing.
Okay, so I've got another 300
No idea who that voice belonged
for that one too, so.
monotonously calling out for help. My mind has naturally come to some chilling conclusions and theories that leave me unable to sleep. Kidnappers, serial killers, all the classic horror stories. But I guess I'll never really know for sure.
How was your New Year's, Nate? Are you having a wonderful start to your year, or what? Hopefully you're having a good start to your year. Hopefully everybody's having a good start to their year.
Similar experiences or give insight.
Yeah, wine
I
bottle
took a trip to stay
corks.
in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, USA. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up in the mountains.
Ah,
And even the
that's
cabin
okay.
was far apart.
I've actually seen that.
The cabin was completely exposed to the
They do something similar like that down in Mexico. They put little puffball dingleberry things. They hang them on their hats to keep flies out of their faces.
Felt in danger. It was peaceful, with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the fifth night. It was eerily dark, too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair, looking out into the dark forest, trying to rationalize and calm myself down that it was my mind playing tricks. But
Well,
my boyfriend said out
they're
loud he
just
felt
these
the
little
same.
puffy.
I told him I felt the same, and we ran inside. The cat
I want to
sat
say
down,
like knit,
and
but
we
they're
agreed to
not
climb
a
up the
knit.
window and sit on the roof because we still wanted to be
They're
inside and relax.
colorful little knit
It didn't
balls
matter
that
how high up I was. I felt
that they
something
hang
truly evil
on their
was
hats.
pinned inside. The only other time I felt something so evil
Keeps
and unsure
the flies from
was when I had a few pounds
buzzing
of
around their
experience
faces
at a haunted house.
while they're working and shit.
Naked mountain lions, maybe a
I
bear,
didn't know what that was for. Now I do.
that way.
I just thought they were weirdos. I just thought they were weird people that did that, but apparently there's a reason for it. And now I know.
Child and young teen, I
And
was
no
very
one's
curious
half
to
the
reach
battle.
the woods. I'm not sure if this encounter may have
And not knowing just means you haven't asked the question yet.
I hope someone can give me more information about what happened to me and my friend. I was around 12 years old at the time, and my best friend Alex must have been 10. Alex's father had purchased a large amount of forested land around 100 kilometers away from the city we lived in. It was all forest when Alex's family acquired it. They cleared a little patch to build a house, and the rest was pure, unadulterated forest. Their land was cut in two by a dirt road that, if you followed it for several kilometers, led to a few houses, and their land was very different, depending on which side of the dirt road you looked. On the right side, where their house was, the forest was light and luminous, or at least it felt that way. It was not too dense, with little rolling hills, a lovely place to play. On the left side of the road, it was another story. First, there was a deep ditch, perhaps 2 meters deep, which then became a quite high and steep hill. Weirdly enough, along the long road, the ditch was full of car parts. A set of car wheels here, a door there, a steering wheel way over there, all old and overgrown with moss. And over the steep hill, the forest gave off a really bad smell. It had lots of very tall, dark, coniferous trees, with almost black trunks, and the place seemed somehow devoid of light or life. Climbing the hill, there was some sort of swamp there. When we were there was this strange pressure. We sensed a kind of animal instinct that told us to leave this
I
place.
want something like this in real life.
Obviously obvious to both me and Alex.
I want a hover Harley.
One weekend day, probably in 2001 or 2002.
Yeah, I know.
He and I came to visit Alex's family. Bored by the adults, my friend and I decided to go play in the forest. Alex's father told us to watch out. There was an animal that had been rummaging in their trash bin and causing other nuisances. He said it was a dog that looked somewhat like a Rottweiler that surely belonged to someone living up the dirt road. He warned us that we shouldn't interact with the dog if we saw it, as it didn't look healthy as far as he could tell, or something was weird about it. He said it somehow looked diseased or contagious, or had patches of fur missing. I can't remember exactly.
Well, I know, Will.
So we set out on our walk.
It's the same as that ship is on the other server.
Many having already fallen to the ground.
Funny thing is,
It was a calm, slightly
that single-seater ship that
very still.
I was flying on the other server, this server has the exact same problem with these bikes.
Forest to our right.
Suddenly you're just falling out of the sky.
We chatted.
Like that right there.
It was rising up a slope. As usual, we were slightly creeped out going up that road because the weird vibes of the forest to the left side.
And you're landing on the ground.
To be brave and trying
And then you're under the planet.
feeling it felt. A good distance away from their home when it was already well out of sight.
Yeah, it's all part of the same mod.
The day. Out of the steep hill on the left side of the road, there was a very large and dark pine tree hanging over the road. Someone had attached a pink ribbon to one of the branches.
Yeah.
The strange thing was, the ribbon was flailing strongly in the wind. Its loose ends were flapping almost horizontally. Here's the thing. It was a completely windless day. There was no wind to speak of. The ribbon was within my reach, so I even touched it as it was flailing. I even licked my finger and held it in the air to check if I could feel any wind or air current at all. As my dad had taught me, the air was perfectly still, yet the ribbon flailed. I mentioned it to my friend. He seemed distracted, and he was younger than me, and sometimes didn't catch on to what I said, so I didn't press the matter. We continued our climb. We reached a place where the hill on the left side of the road had a gentler slope and began farther away from the road. In fact, it looked as if the hill was kind of carved out in a way that would have made it easy for us to climb to get into Demon's Forest. It almost seemed as if the hill was carved in a sloping circle, like in a theater, and the road we stood on would have been the stage. It gave us a very clear, treeless view of the hillside, full of golden and red fallen leaves. The trees began at the top of the hill, maybe 9 meters higher. We stopped to admire the view. Canadian autumns are a sight to behold. Alex suddenly got really excited. He thought he heard something in the demon's woods up the hill, and he really wanted me to pay attention. He explained that there are wildcats in that forest. They had spotted them with his dad. One of them had reportedly had kittens. Kittens being one of the most exciting things in the world for kids our age, getting us all riled up. But somehow, my hackles were up, and I couldn't really relax, even thinking about adorable wild kittens. He actually thought he had heard the cat meow in the forest, up the hill close by. He vehemently suggested that we try meowing at it to see if it would respond. Maybe it would even bring its kittens along and we could see them and play with them, he said. I hadn't heard any sounds at all, and I really didn't like his idea of screaming meows into the creepy forest. What kind of wildcat would respond to human children anyway? Wouldn't it be obvious that we are not cats by the sound of us? That seemed like a dumb idea to me. Before I could try to talk him out of it, he loudly meowed. Shock. The forest meowed back. Alex was delighted. He meowed again. Something in the forest answered again. I was actually shocked. This didn't make much sense to me. It creeped me out, but I suspended my disbelief to see what would happen. He kept meowing over and over. For every one of his meows, there was one coming back in response from the woods. Something felt off to me. Feral or wild animals didn't behave that way. Even at 12 years old, I realized that. And it wasn't an echo. The cat did not bounce back any sound that we threw at it, except meows, which it reciprocated immediately. And anyway, there were no hard rocky surfaces around off which sound could bounce off of. Everything was covered in a soft layer of sound-dulling leaves. Alex got even more excited. Listen, the cat is coming towards us. She's coming to see us with her kittens. To my surprise, he was right. There was a rustle of dead leaves coming from above us, above the smoke in the creepy forest. It seemed like the rustling was getting closer to us, but it was way off, because cats are small and light and careful with their steps. They don't make a ruckus when they walk through the woods, but here, the rustling leaf sounds were extremely obvious, along with the meowing. And in fact, it sounded more like steps, like someone with 2 legs walking in the leaves, and it was getting closer to us. My alarm alarm signals were starting to go off with all the wrongness of it all, while my younger friend was oblivious. He was calling it more vehemently, noticing that it was coming towards us. Then I realized what seemed so wrong. The sound was coming towards us, but there was nothing to be seen. Right in front of us, we had the gently sloping hill, treeless and clearly visible. Anything coming from the forest should have been plainly exposed to view. There was nothing. No source for the rustling sound.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Oh, her kittens are joining her. Listen, there are more sounds. They're coming to play with us. He was right. The walking sounds seemed to have multiplied, and now came from various directions all at once, ever getting closer, with nothing being visible. Something was way off. I wanted to leave, but Alex was getting mad at me. The kittens were almost here, and he wanted to see them. He insisted. At this point, it was extremely tense, and fight or flight was activating from the wrongness of it all. We were alone and quite exposed on this theater stage to whatever was getting closer to us, which was more and more obviously with every movement. Decidedly not kittens. I was on the verge to force him to go for a home, and then suddenly I heard a very loud panting sound right at my feet. During the first millisecond, I got only mildly surprised. We had a huge husky at home. I was used to it panting next to my feet,
to submit it as yours that keep this channel going. Now, let's get into these creepy and downright strange cryptid encounters.
Sorry about the slow going, but till I can afford a reloader.
Of around 200 people in Alaska. It was a small village, so we knew everyone. We would always walk around, day or night. It didn't really matter to us. Living in Alaska, the fear of bears or wolves was greater than the dark. One night, I was visiting someone with my friend. It was winter. If you don't know, it only gets dark at night during winter. My friend asked if I wanted to walk. I rarely turned down a walk, so I said yeah. The road we were walking down had light poles, going both ways, but the road leads to a dead end. While we were walking, I wasn't paying attention to another one of my friends, who was running like an ape at us as a joke. We were laughing while watching him, not expecting what he would tell us next. While he was running like a gorilla, he had his head hunched down. He finally stood up when he reached us. As soon as he looked up at us, while he was catching his breath, he said, "Whoa, what is that?" and pointed behind us. The light poles were around 50 feet apart, but there was one area, I'd say 100 yards away, that had 3 of the lights off. In that one area of darkness stood this thing. I still don't have words to say what it was. The worst part was, it seemingly saw us the exact same moment we saw it. And it stopped. At the distance, we could only see a silhouette from the light behind it. The body was thin as a tree and furless. All of the limbs were the same size. The head was over halfway to the streetlight despite the fact it was slightly hunched over. I'd say the damn thing was 11 to 14 feet tall. We also
Oh, you can't tell size very well, can you?
Then I turned to my friends and jokingly said, "Slender Man." We were still checking if we all saw the same thing. As we looked back, you could only see the arm going to the side of the road. We looked at each other, agreed to stay up all night, and went to a community building where we stayed for the night. To this day, I wonder how such a thing can exist in Alaska during winter at negative 50 degrees without fur. I've always felt differently about walking at night by myself after that. I stopped taking the lightless shortcuts. I just don't want to see that thing for the rest of my life. The elders around our village talk about shamans a long time ago. I've always thought that maybe that had something to do with this monster. You're not supposed to tell people about someone who was a shaman, so there really isn't any history. I still think maybe this was something created. Our culture doesn't have any rituals or anything. We dance. I know many are sacred though. You cannot record them or take pictures, but I haven't seen any of those dances. Perhaps thousands of years ago, a shaman or shamans had other intentions. I wouldn't ever want to be able to find a reason to create something like that though. Some background to start. I was raised on a 200-acre farm in Virginia, and I've always been sensitive to my surroundings. I do not 100% believe in the paranormal aspect to cryptids, but I do believe in spirits. The farmhouse was built in 1775, and it was always active, beautiful at day, and creepy, almost unwelcoming at night. I cannot go outside at night on my 13 acres in Georgia, nor my family farm when I visit in Virginia. I have always been outside exploring, but can only achieve this during the day. I taught rock climbing at the age of 14 in Virginia for 7 years, completed an 8-day outward bound course in North Carolina when I was 14, and I get out as much as possible. I am 35 years young, and I am a squirrel that will randomly pull over on road trips to explore new sites, rock structures, cemeteries, historic sites, etc., on the way to and from any destination. I am constantly camping, swimming, hiking, kayaking, fishing, exploring. I am not afraid to go outside, but always cautious and usually armed. This happened in North Georgia on a Sunday, December 16th of 2018. It was sometime around 10:30 p.m. I was traveling down the road, bringing yet another car from the old house to the new one. The day was in the 50s, and a gibbous moon, which was 60% illumination. No rain from what I can remember. I was driving about 50 miles per hour, no other cars on the road, nor were there any streetlights. In my peripheral to my left, I saw a 10 to 15 foot long, dark brown to black object flying over the field very, very fast. I did not see wings, but what I did see was that it did not have feet. It had to be flying, as it was at least 10 to 20 feet off the ground. By the time I look over, it was gone. I even swerved due to turning around several times and slowing down. I have driven this road for years now, multiple times a week, and I still look when I drive by. I do not know what this was, but I have spoken with the owner of Expedition Bigfoot a few times, and he mentioned to me that last year that there were 4 reports of pterodactyl-like creatures being seen in my immediate area. I spoke to him around October 2018, and this was prior to my sighting, and I spoke with him again last month as he happened to be a local park I was fishing at. I have more information, but I don't know how to express what I saw because I have never seen anything like this before, and I feel I did not see enough to complete the picture. Later that night, though, the coyotes screamed for almost 30 minutes straight, and in the past and to this day I have only heard them call for 5 minutes max. We have owned this property, 13 acres with a creek, for over 2 years, camped many times on it, and just finished our home build in December of 2018. Since we moved, 80% of the time we are outside, whether it be night or day. I feel like I'm being watched at a close distance. There has only been one time where these creatures stopped singing at night, and needless to say, I was inside within a few seconds. I am not afraid of what is out there. I am afraid of not being able to see what I feel like is almost stalking me. I do not know what I saw, and I know it was not a tilled dirt, leaf debris, or anything like that. I have tested this theory, and like I mentioned, I drive by this area multiple times a week in different weather conditions. Rain, moonshine, and sun. I look every time. I have never seen anything, and I cannot recreate what I saw. Nothing even comes close. Believe it or not, I am a hopeful skeptic though, but one who wants to see something someday, but not see something at the same time. If any of you guys have any thoughts or insight as to what this flying thing was, please let me know in the comments, and thank you for sharing my story. This happened when I was 10, I think before my mother passed. This was the mid-80s in a small town in Texas. I was allowed to play outside in the summer till my mom turned on the porch light at around 8 or 9. If I could not see it, there would be hell to pay. I never knew a dog I could not pet, even the ones that my older brother was scared of. I always would walk up to them, so I never had any fear of strays. I was also known to often bring home dogs when I found them. I was playing in the yard one night watching the fireflies and playing in the sandbox when I heard a bark outside my fence. It was a deep bark. From what I thought, it was a big dog. I looked from the glowing fireflies, wanting to see the dog. I saw a shadow of a large dog outside our chain-link gate. It was massive, fluffy, and blacker than the night around it. The dog's head was down, and I could not see its eyes at the time. I hopped out of the sandbox I was sitting in and walked towards the gate as the black dog stood there, and opened the gate. That is when, out of nowhere, my dog Bambi, I named her when I was 5, so please give me a break, a mid-sized mixed breed came out of nowhere, snarling and getting between me and this other dog. Bambi has only acted like this one other time, dealing with a creeper, and that's a whole different story. As soon as Bambi showed up, the dog raised its massive head, growling a low guttural growl that I could feel as much as hear. I could now see 2 glowing red embers staring at me. I was scared, and I could not move. My dog snarled, still and let out a loud bark. My mother blesses my dog all the time, and for some reason, I think that may have played some sort of role in this. It's very unlike her, but out of nowhere, my mom came out the front door right behind me. She saw the black thing in front of me, and saw Bambi between us, and she yelled, "This is a house blessed by God, and you are not welcome here." Then, in speed that I have never seen in my life, my mom grabbed the back of the dress of my dog by her collar, and yanked us both and threw us into the front door. But that thing did lunge at my dog as my mom pulled her away. It bit her leg and a gash was made. Blood was trailed into the house. My mom went to work stopping the bleeding and cleaning the wound the whole time, praying the Lord's Prayer and Hail Mary. She also, after the bleeding stopped, went and placed salt lines down at the windows and doors that were outside. I did not sleep that night, instead sat with my dog in my bed and waited till morning. We took her to a vet as soon as the store was open. It did need stitches, and she was sick for a week. When it did, it healed and it left a little bit of a scar and the fur never grew over, but she is okay. From that day on, she never left my side unless I was in school. I think she saved my life. My mom also gave me an old small silver cross I still wear to this day. I've seen many more things over the years, but that one scared me so much. Though I still work with stray dogs and still do not fear any normal dog, that demon dog or hellhound, whatever it was, definitely freaked me out. Back in 2012, I was at an Aboriginal camp in Wollombi, New South Wales. I had been there for 5 years prior to this experience, and this was my last year there. We had heard stories of these creatures called the Hairy Man, aka Yowies. From my best recollection, he told us that they were short, had 6 fingers, and completely covered in hair. However, one thing I had not remembered hearing was that they were said to take children through solid objects, never to be seen again. I was told this from my cousin when retelling him this story. Well, behind the camp, up a short trail, there is a cave where we could see where one or a few, I can't recall, had put its handprint and some sort of paint on the wall. You could clearly tell by the structure of this handprint that it had not been altered, as it was a perfect hand, with one extra finger. Throughout my prior 5 years at this camp during the first night, we would be told of the story of the Hairy Man. Then,
The
we would
Hairy
take the rest
Man.
of the kids up to this cave and spend a few minutes in it, either alone or with a friend. I would go up during this time period, however, never alone. Then on my last year, in 2012, I decided that I wanted to get over my fear. I was sitting in the cave near the back wall with only a slight gap and a bit from the entrance with my friend and a new kid. They were about to leave, and I told them that I was staying, to get over my fear. No more than 20 seconds later, I felt a hand rest on my back. There was warmth and pressure, so I was certain it was a hand. I could clearly see the entrance and knew no one else was with me. I froze up instantly, and with a chill running down my back, what seemed like forever had passed, but it was likely no more than 20 or 40 seconds, until my ex appeared in the cave. Still feeling the hand on my back, I bawled my eyes out and demanded he got a teacher and elder. I got out of the cave safely, but was visibly shook. I was always skeptical of the stories, but that night I knew they existed. It wasn't until my cousin told me about them taking kids that I realized I was incredibly lucky that night to even make it out of there. If it wasn't for my ex entering, when he did, I'm positive I would have been taken. This wasn't the only bizarre thing I encountered in that cave, but the only one that was an urban legend.
It's a
One of
green
my earliest memories
Barrett
is really weird.
or a
I've
green
had a few
beret.
humanoid encounters throughout my life, but this one never fails to unnerve and confuse me, especially now that I'm living out here where it happened. I'd really like some input on this because it affected myself and my cousin, and my aunt and mom. One day, when my cousin and I were both very young, My mother and aunt sat us down outside with them as they caught up. They were on a bench and holding on to us both. We faced the woods from where we were, and they faced the driveway. From our position, my cousin and I watched a pale creature emerge from the woods around this huge rock formation, aptly named the Big Rock by us. We often played on it. Then, it seemed to realize we were watching, and slipped around the other side very quickly. It was pale, thin, and shaped like a person with arms and legs just like ours, and sort of crawled around instead of fully walking. It was also quite tall, but it could have been the size of a fully grown person. Many things are tall when you're that little. I can't say for certain anything else about it, because then I think I'd be fishing for details. I can't totally confirm. Those things, though, are what has always remained clear and consistent in my memory. If we had a good look at his face, that detail would be lost to the ages. I know, according to my mom and aunt, that we made a very big deal about it after the whole thing happened. That my cousin and I became immediately unsettled, and that both adults may have seen something but refused to acknowledge it. I would like it if someone could help me figure this out. I am 100% sure we saw something that day. It was a big enough deal that we assigned immediate importance to the Big Rock, and we even named the creature. We used to call it Old Man Boney. For background, this happened in the Adirondacks in New York, near Lake George, sometime in the early 2000s. It was during the summer. The area is relatively quiet now and was even quieter then, with fewer vacation homes on that road. It is also a wooded area. I would like to share a story about an encounter, and it would be awesome if you had any insight that you could possibly shed on this. So this happened to my mom when she was a child around 6 years old. She has a very vivid memory of it and told me several times in the past as well as we tried to investigate, but couldn't find too much. My mom's family lived on the outskirts of our capital city, and not far from their street was a huge cornfield where they used to play as kids. As she ran in there one day, she came upon a figure squatting in the corn. As she described it, the creature looked like a man,
Corn squatter.
except his head resembled more that of a dog's head. It had pointy little ears and a flat face with a kind of flat nose, a bit square-shaped head, and some small eyes. It had dark bluish-gray skin with only an oily texture, and it was wearing blue clothes which reminded her of an overall with a policeman's jacket at the time. This happened around 1965 in Eastern Europe. She has never heard of aliens and the family didn't have a TV or radio, so she had no idea what she saw. She just ran out of the corn screaming. When she told her parents, they said it must have been the neighbor boy with a mask, but my mom said that she is pretty sure the neighbor boy doesn't have bluish-gray skin, and even though no one took her story seriously, she could never really explain what she saw, but never forgot it. Fast forward almost 40 years. I was already around 12 years old. I had already heard the story, but internet was still pretty new to us in 2004 and 2005, so we didn't really look for stories about dog-headed aliens, and the books my father had on this topic were all about big-eyed, tall, or small gray creatures. So my mom's experiences felt like something marginal. One day, around 2005, my mom comes home in kind of a shock, and gives me a magazine opened at a page with an article about types of aliens, urging me to read it. It listed a number of alien species, among them the ones with dog-like faces, and gave almost exactly the same description as my mother did. It was a general magazine, so not really authentic, and we don't remember the researcher's name. Since then, I tried to look it up on the internet, but I either come up with myths about cynocephali or something else, and none of those really seemed to apply to what my mother saw. I've seen this creature for a number of nights now on my way home from work. The first couple of times I just saw the reflection of its eyes by the side of the road before it skitters away out into the woods. At one time I saw it peeking its head over the side railings along the dark mountain road I drive home on. If I am to try to describe the creature, I would say that it's about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, with a big round head and large green eyes reflecting the lights from the car. It looks like a small monkey without a tail, and I think it has dark brown or black hair that covers its body and head. The thing is that there is no wild animal in Sweden that is known that fits that description of this creature. My best theory is that it is a troll or some sort of goblin. I've heard stories of goblins that live in the woods and burrows along creeks, but I never thought that I would see one, or at least I think it's a goblin. That is the only thing that makes sense
Oh,
about this, or as much sense
goodness.
as I can make of it. It's hard sometimes to believe your own eyes when you're faced with something you never thought you'd see or something you didn't think could exist. At first, I thought it was a cat or something smaller, because the first 2 times I saw it, I only saw its eyes. Thinking it a cat in this situation is something any rational person would think. However, as I saw more and more of it, I seriously started to doubt that it was a cat. Today, I was driving home on the same road, and my doubts were proven right. I saw it sitting on the side of the road just as I came around a bend, and had to brake as hard as I could.
Matches my whole fucking outfit.
And I could see its eyes staring
That's
straight at me.
hilarious.
I felt like I became paralyzed by fear, and I could feel my heart pumping. It just sat there for a minute or two, just staring at me with those big green eyes, like it was trying to figure out what to do next. Then it turned around and ran out into the woods, and I lost sight of it. I sat there for a while trying to understand what I had just saw, but I couldn't wrap my head around it. I don't think I will be doing much sleeping tonight. I will probably just be thinking of that creature and if I will see it again. I'm not sure what I saw tonight, but I think it might have just been a troll or something like that. There are many stories about trolls and goblins living in forests around here, and if anyone has encountered a similar creature here in Sweden or in any other country, please share your experience or knowledge about what it might be. I'm genuinely curious to know if any of my theories are potentially right. I was in my car one day heading towards a campsite. It was just me, my mom, and my brother. When we arrived, it was pouring heavy rain and it felt very cold. I also felt as if I was being watched. In the woods, this isn't an uncommon feeling, but this felt different. It felt like it wasn't an animal watching me. It felt like something else entirely. I kept looking towards the trees and I felt something watching me the whole time as we were putting up the tent. When it stopped raining, my brother wanted me to come and explore in the woods with him. But if I'm honest with you, I was very nervous. I eventually got the courage to go with him though. We were walking, and as we were about halfway through the woods, I heard a crackling sound behind me in some trees. I thought it was my brother, but I noticed he was in front of me. I turned around, and to my horror, this thing gazed upon me. It was a very skinny and deformed-looking gray-haired wolf. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed with fear. I just stared into its greenish eyes while my
Because you
brother
were a
kept taunting me to
pussy.
go. There was something very off about the creature. It kept me fixated on it. It was much larger than a normal wolf. It just stared at me at first, but then it stood on 2 legs, and that's when I knew something was wrong, because I was pretty sure wolves cannot do that. My brother ran first, and then I eventually ran behind him. I didn't look back once. I was way too scared to do that. But when we returned to the camp, my brother told me that it could have been a skinwalker or some sort of wendigo. I didn't know what that was, so I searched it up on my phone. But when I did, I only had 8% battery left, so I was only able to see a little bit before my phone died. I saw the pictures in a couple of stories, and I knew that the thing I saw was definitely a skinwalker. I was so terrified, and after profuse begging, I was blessed with my request to go home. The vision of that deformed thing haunts my mind to this day. This happened when I was around 6 or 7, I believe. I used to live in North Carolina near Cherokee. When I lived there, I was often up at my grandparents' house. My grandparents' house sits on top of a hill surrounded by a lot of forest, as well as a cow pasture off to the side of the road going up to their house. It was sometime during winter, and I was with my grandparents helping them shovel snow out of the driveway. I believe one of my aunts were there as well, but I can't remember if she just got there or if she'd been there helping us because this happened quite a few years ago. Anyway, I remember that I put down my shovel at some point and ran off as I had found some rabbit tracks. I went down the bank to where my grandpa usually parked his truck following the rabbit tracks when I saw another pair of tracks. Now, these were different than any other tracks I had ever seen before. They were that of a human, but instead, they were kind of
Oh,
different.
crash.
Instead of having rounded human toes, they were more triangle-shaped. It was also bigger than what a normal human footprint would look like. Now, me being one of those kids that watch shows like Finding Bigfoot, I thought perhaps it was a Sasquatch footprint. But the triangle-like toes or whatever, they put me off of that idea. I remember running up the bank to my aunt and grandparents and I immediately told them what I had found. But I don't think they really believed me, even though I had shown them the prints. A few years later, I remember bringing this up to some of my friends that I had at the time. I even went as far to draw a picture of what I remember the tracks looking like, but thought of them suggested maybe it was a bear. I knew for a fact there was no way this was a bear track. I knew that bear footprints looked like, and whatever made those were not bear, because first of all, the footprints looked like whatever this thing was walking on two legs. Second of all, it couldn't have been a bear because my grandma lives in an area where there are no bears around, and there haven't been for years, as they had been hunted or chased from the area. I'm still not sure what those footprints could have belonged to for sure, but over the years I've had a few more strange encounters. While they're nothing quite like this one, they're still intriguing to me and they keep me thinking about what could be lurking out there in the darkness, just beyond my grandma's house. I live in Massachusetts and I work at Six Flags. It was around 10:30 p.m. on a Saturday when this all took place. Well, that night I was getting off work and was sitting out in the parking lot area waiting to be picked up. Now, there are 2 rows of streetlights on each side of the driveway where you enter into the employee parking lot. It's a long driveway and it kind of does a little S-turn at the end. Then, when you get to the end, you enter into a big parking lot with rocks and gravel on the ground. I was sitting underneath the pavilion, which is a rather long distance from the actual entrance. I wasn't alone, but there weren't many people around, so I just sat there waiting to be picked up. I was on my phone, doing typical teenager things, and I happened to look underneath one streetlight. I thought I saw what looked like a person in a black hooded jacket with black pants and black shoes standing underneath the light. They were not moving at all. They just stood there. It looked like it was wearing a ski mask, but its eyes were covered almost like how Slender Man's would look, but the height of a human. Let's say it stood around 5'6" or so, and I was sitting there squinting my eyes. I thought maybe I was just seeing things, being tired and all because I am getting off on a late shift. I knew that wasn't the case though, because as I rubbed my eyes to try to wake myself, it's still there. Strangely, when my mom picked me up, it was suddenly gone. I was looking around to see if someone was walking themselves home, but no one was, and I was a little freaked out. I don't know what I saw, but I know that it wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. It wasn't one of the co-workers because, well, if you haven't been to Six Flags, you definitely know that workers wear dark blue windbreakers and tan pants. At the time, I was scared, but I've grown more comfortable since I've never spotted the thing again. About a year ago, I was on my way home from purchasing some groceries on a quiet, dark night. The way back home was fairly normal and nothing of note really happened. When it was time to unload and move everything to the house, I got this weird feeling that is hard to describe. Now, let me explain the way my street is set up. I live on a cul-de-sac in the suburbs. We also live across the train tracks, so it's usually fairly quiet unless the train is passing through and blaring. Because we only have streetlights on the main road, every other road is left to be engulfed in darkness, unfortunately. As I'm offloading my groceries, my garage door is open and is the only light to be seen amongst the dark housing area. Observing the sky around me, I notice a figure walking up the street. It's merely a silhouette from the darkness, and the contrast of the light denies any fine details to be shown. But, for some reason, I felt fear. Whatever this thing is, it was walking on all fours. The thing has skinny and tall, slender legs. It may be seldom, but not surprising to see animals wandering out, as we do live by the woods as well. But I thought it was weird, as I had never seen an animal like that in this area before. The figure was unsettling to see, being alone in the night and all. Still curious, I saw the silhouette's neck move up, and I could tell it also had turned to look at me. Creeped out even more, I was ready to pack up as quick as possible. But then, the freaking thing starts approaching me. I want to say it ran, but I feel like that might be more of an exaggeration. Regardless, I shut off the light and closed my garage as quickly as possible and headed in for the night. I really did not want to meet whatever that freaking creature was.
Yeah. Don't meet the creatures.
This happened 2 days ago, while my brother and I were metal detecting at an old homestead. It's deep in the snowy Minnesota woods near the Dakota Indian Reservation. If you know the climate, it's extremely cold. The thick, dense woods made it hard to see. My brother and I both are fairly familiar with these woods, and both of us got very athletic. We were about 5 miles in the woods when I found a dream catcher hanging from an old white pine with a deer skull carved into the tree. The reason I believe this was a deer skull is because it had large antlers. About an hour later, it was cold and about to go dark, so we decided that we would go home. But that's when we thought we heard our names being called in the wind. It was almost like a person, but it was warped. It was almost as if it was a voice sped up and slowed down at the same time. My brother thought it could be my mom, and so he called out her name. No one replied to this call, though. This made me scared, knowing someone or something could be out there with us. We turned off the trail and started to head back towards the homestead, and it was dark, but not too dark to the point to where we could not see. About 100 yards in front of us, there was a clearing with one tree in the middle. In this clearing, we saw a deer, or what looked to be a deer. Me being a stupid 15-year-old boy, I picked up a stick and threw it. It almost hit the deer, when I heard a blood-curdling scream come from behind us. I quickly snapped around and let out a scream, but no sound came from my mouth. 20 feet out of the clearing, where the deer had been, was an oak tree. The deer hung from the tree, its limbs severed from its torso. There is no way any animal I know can drag a deer into the tree that quickly, and if it were to attack, we would have heard it clearly. So, my question is, what killed that deer that night right in front of us?
It was the Ooga Booga Man.
I was only 6 to 7 when this happened, but I remember everything. My mom had gone to work, so I stayed at home with my dad and little brother. My brother was playing with toys in the toy room while my dad and I were taking turns playing plug-and-play controllers. You will likely know what this is if you grew up in the early 2000s. Anyways, my dad had fallen asleep, so I ended up playing by myself. I was playing Mappy, a game about a mouse collecting artifacts and avoiding cats. I was pretty far into it, but my brother came up to me and wouldn't stop bothering me about something cool that he saw, and he wanted me to see it badly. I lost focus and ended up losing, so I said, "Fine, show me the stupid cool thing already," in the most annoyed tone a kid could give. Now, The one thing I left out about the toy room is that my dad had taken the door off and spun it around so that he could lock us in when we were bad. It was a pretty creepy room, mostly because it felt so empty and the light in the room was dim.
Well, that sounds
My
like
brother
not
took me
good
in the room and closed the
parenting.
door. I expected him to show me what he planned, but instead, he just turned around and smiled. I yelled at him over and over to show it to me, but he just kept smiling, and then eventually, the smile turned into a creepy laugh. I got tired of it and tried to leave the room to get back to my games, but it turns out my little brother locked the door. I yelled at him once more, but more aggressive this time. He just kept laughing. I started pounding on the door to wake my dad up. Then, I noticed my little brother had gone quiet. I turned around. He was now sitting on the toy slide we had in there. It was a small slide for babies, but he had a much more serious face. I actually got scared at that sight. He'd never made a face like that before. Then he looked up, and I did as well. He was looking at the vent on the ceiling. Then, I noticed something slowly starting to poke out. It was white, like paper white, and it was all wrinkly and veiny. If I had to describe it better, I'd say it looked like the forehead of a bald old man, slowly poking out, but the skin was just too white to be human. My eyes started to water and my brother began laughing again, louder than before. I started pounding on the door rapidly and screaming as loud as I could for my dad. I didn't dare look back again, but I heard it. I knew it wasn't human from the horrible sounds I had been making. My brother stopped laughing at that moment. But, after that moment of me just pounding and nothing else, my brother let out a scream louder than I had ever heard. Like he was getting tortured. I still couldn't look back though. I was too scared. My crying and begging for the door to open just became louder. My dad then finally opened the door and I burst out. Only then did I look into the room, but there wasn't anything there, just my little brother crying and holding his leg. My dad went to check it out and he had a large deep cut on the side of his leg. I told my dad what happened, but he just gave me a hit in the back of the head for trying to lie, and my little brother, I could have sworn, had smiled at me again. But I didn't look too well, if I'm honest. I grew up starting to think it was just a nightmare, like I've been told every time I speak of this memory. And maybe it was, but my brother still has a scar on where I remember he had gotten cut. But I don't know if I believe it anymore. One time when I was about 13 or 14, I was living in a small town in southern Ohio. I was a scared kid and didn't like the woods after dark. I hated it when I had to take the trash out at night because I always thought that something was lurking there. One night my terrors came true. I had stepped outside to return to my garage as I was having a friend over, and that was where we were sleeping. I had a large metal rod with me because I don't like to be without a weapon outside. Out of nowhere, I heard a low growl. It sounded like a large cat, specifically a bobcat. I started to walk faster at that moment, but that's when I saw something fall out of the tree. Then I heard my sister's voice say that she needed help. I ran inside to find my dad and uncles and asked them of this encounter. They all got their guns out and hopped into my uncle's truck. They searched for about 15 minutes and found nothing. I was shaken from my encounter and was more worried when I heard they found nothing. Later on that week, though, I saw a pale-looking deer running on 2 feet down the road into the woods opposite of my house. I haven't seen it since, but I swear, it looked at me, and it spoke, the same voice that I heard that night. I have seen many weird things and I hope to share them in the future. As for my friend, we went inside for the rest of that night. Honestly, I really don't know if these things are connected, but I can't explain this weird, bipedal deer that seems to sound like a little girl.
That make it a doe?
This story happened to me when I was a little kid, around 4 or 5 years old. When I
Doe,
was this
a
young,
deer,
my
a
family and I lived in
female
Dallas, Texas
deer.
at the time. I was acting up and being really annoying, as I was really hyper as a child. My parents told me if I didn't calm down, they would send me to the monster in their closet. As I was skeptical at this point, not believing them, I continued doing what I was doing. I can't remember what I was doing, but now I wish I had listened to them. Being fed up, they told me to go to their room and to keep the light off. I was afraid of the dark, but at this point I still kinda am, so I sat there on the bed bawling my eyes out. I started to hear a sound coming from the closet. I wish I could tell you I wasn't scared. To be honest, I was terrified at this point. The door slowly swung open, revealing a human-shaped figure. It looked like a human but thinner, and it looked to be wearing a really old mask-like thing. It was grunting and growling at me, moving with inhuman steps. I tried to scream from what I was seeing, but no sound left my mouth. I backed up to the window as it got closer, hoping it would go over the bed and not block the door so I could run out. Before the thing got any closer to me, I started to run as fast as I could. Much like a cartoon, my feet were running in place before I was finally able to move to the door. I flung the door open and ran out crying, and I asked who they had helping them, in a panicked voice, as I was a skeptic at the time. They looked at me puzzled and had a slight look of panic as their little girl was saying that there was another human in their room. Then, they chuckled saying that there was no one here but us. I must have looked pale and panicked, so they went to check. There was absolutely nothing there, but their closet light was on. It was a walk-in with the light switch on the wall by the door. I never saw that thing again, but I kept hearing sounds of light pounding on my walls and ceiling. This, as anticlimactic as it is the end of this story. Thank you for listening. Hello there, this is my first time sharing a story with you and probably my last. I live in northern Oklahoma in a small town. I've read the stories about skinwalkers and all those things that go bump in the night, and I've even listened to stories here and there on YouTube. Now I guess it's time I should tell you what happened to my encounter. I was walking home on a moonlit night. Nothing seemed out of ordinary. I made it to the train tracks when I heard a tree branch snap. I looked in the direction of where it came from and I saw it. About 20 feet away, I saw what appeared to be a deer crawling in the open field. Now, one thing you should know about me at the time is, I was a huge gun fanatic, so I always carried a small firearm. I did the stupidest thing. I shot at it with my pistol. I missed and oh my god, it stood up on its hind legs. It scared the absolute heck out of me, because I knew. After it stood up, I just knew what it was. I ran as fast as I could to my house. The one thing that scared me the most was that it was chasing me, screaming my name. I finally made it to my house, and I looked back and it was walking back to the tree line. It kept going until I couldn't see it. The one thing going off in my mind was, should I go look for it tomorrow? I couldn't sleep that night because, well, how could you sleep after being chased by something so demonic? I honestly thought that it was going to come back at any time. I know it's pretty straightforward, but that's my story, and I hope you guys can give me some advice on what I should do. Should I be hunting it, or should I leave well enough alone? Also, do you think this was a skinwalker, or is this some other kind of beast? I'm sorry I don't have a description more than it just looked like a deer that was walking bipedally. There isn't much going on in Pennsylvania, at least in the rural areas where most of our pastimes include drinking oneself to sleep and driving trucks at highly suspect speeds down narrow roadways. Generally speaking, though, I keep preoccupied with hunting. There's just something about chilling in nature that I love. I find a certain serenity there that is impossible to find out in city or urban areas. If you don't live in the country, I don't believe you'll ever understand that sort of peace or why we love it out there. Anyway, on to the hunting season. The story takes place while I was hunting out in early November, in a forest in the foothills of the Appalachians. I wasn't very far from my home, only a few minutes. It was late fall and the leaves were beginning to stop falling. The writing of harsh winter wasn't clearly written on the wall, so to speak. I was hunting white-tailed deer on this particular day as I hid around in the foliage and scanned the area with my Winchester 30-06 in tow. The gun was most certainly overpowered for a deer, but when you're in bear and elk country, you can never be too safe. The trail was a new hunting ground for me. It was refreshing as the spots I'd hunt in the days of yesteryear were now becoming increasingly encircled by subdivisions and civilization. As I continued walking my path, I began to become more engrossed with the beauty of my surroundings and less interested in what was happening with the wildlife around me. This ultimately led me to rip over a tree root that was winding along the path in front of me. The tree it belonged to split down the middle and massive in size. Now, the story should have ended there. I wish it would have. I wish it was just another beautiful hunt. Sadly, that just wasn't the case. Just past the tree, I was gazing at what was a rather unique smell. It wafted its way past my nose, and I initially believed there was a dead animal nearby, which likely also meant a bear could be close. I searched behind the tree, but to my surprise, there was no carcass. There was also no predator or animal that I could see in the area. The scene was a sight I wished to see. All around were matted clumps of fur, which spread across the area. There was also vicious black fluid which led into a hollow which was overshadowed by a titanic root that led deep underground. I'm familiar with sickening scenes and the brutality of death within nature, but the smell in the air was so nauseating. It was almost like it was unnatural. It was a thick, coppery scent, like pennies in death. I felt myself retching involuntarily at the smell, and then the den ahead left me deeply disturbed.
It was
All after thinking
stank.
a bit, I decided to continue my search for the deer I believe was still out there. As the day drew on and the sun beat upon me, I became less ardent in my quest for this possible deer. I was about to sit down and eat some lunch when I was overcome with an almost paranoia. I wasn't sure why, but something just didn't feel right. Not even thinking, I looked around and examined my surroundings. I saw nothing and was about to take a bite of my lunch when it dawned on me that something was bothering me. There was no sound. No bugs, animals, wind, anything. It was deathly silent out. As the realization struck me and I began to get up, I heard the snapping of a very large branch roughly 100 feet away, which was then followed by an ungodly screeching. It was an impossibly deafening and terrifying screech. It was as though the earth itself split and hell opened up, just long enough to sum up the suffering of the damned in one ear-splitting roar. I was scared out of my mind and immediately acquired my firearm and scanned the undergrowth slowly. Something huge was moving across the forest floor. I, however, could see nothing through the falling foliage and so backtracked in the direction I had come in hopes to get a better view of whatever was stalking through the forest. It was as I ran I decided against the notion of getting a better view and instead kept booking it as I realized I'd not provoked this thing at all and it was not stalking me. That left me feeling a little bit more vulnerable. I had finally outrun the creature, or so I believed, and was beginning to hear the sounds of nature again. I felt comfortable right up until I realized the sound dead ahead was now gone. Whatever was out there had clearly circled around. I wasn't outrunning it at all. It was intelligent enough to try to cut off my path of escape. Terrified at the thought of what might be waiting beyond the tree line, I scrambled off into a different direction, down into a rock gully. I eventually slinked away near a cave and waited, hoping to hide my fear from this creature. It was at that point I heard a demonic snarling above me. The creature was above me, and I was terrified out of my mind, praying my heart would grow silent long enough for the creature to move on. After what felt like an eternity, the creature began to move on, but my gun slipped off the rock wall it was mounted against and fell, making plenty of sound for the creature to notice. I could hear this thing's footsteps heading back as I painstakingly crawled toward the rifle. I reached for my gun, and as I did, the creature did the same. Instead of the smooth shellac of my rifle stock, my palm met a coarse, ragged fur, caked with mud and attached to a lanky, sinewy arm. The beast screamed, and as I shouldered my rifle and fired blindly out of the opening, I caught a glimpse of a yellowed fang and one blood-red eye, an eye that reflected a hatred more ancient than man, a hatred that said, "This is my forest. You have altered it through your presence, corrupted it, and I was here before you, and I will be hereafter." Human willpower paled in face of such uncompromising malice, and I shrank back against the rocks, robotically cycling bullets out of the cave. I sat there, dead-eyed, doing this for a long time. Overnight and well into the next morning, over 18 hours of working a bolt and pulling the trigger. By the time I snapped out of my adrenaline-fueled haze, my mouth felt like a desert and my fingers felt as though they were made out of canvas stretched over dust. Shaking, I reached for my water bottle and gulped it down, spilling most of it down my front. Praying the beast was long gone, I inched my way out of the cave and ran as fast as my rickety legs would carry me, the 2 odd miles back to my truck, leaving most of my gear behind. Nothing pursued me, but the feeling of being hunted remained. I drove back to town at 80 miles per hour on a dirt road. My eyes were wide with fear and my hands gripping the wheel with white knuckles. Unable to bear the thought of my secluded home, I spent the night at a motel within town, and a bottle of cheap whiskey, and every light in the room turned on. The thought of the creature would not exit my mind. Was it a demon, loosed on Earth by some divine mistake, or just an animal, a cryptid lost to time and the memories of the trees? I didn't really know what it was, but I couldn't and still can't let it go. The fear eventually subsided, but as I sit at home writing this, I swear, hand to God, that I can hear a howling echo through the trees and across the mountains, telling me that I may never rest, and I may never forget. First off, let me say I love the channel. It keeps me entertained at work. So, I was told that I have some sort of attraction for the weird, maybe. Like I'm some sort of paranormal magnet. In my life, I have seen so many paranormal events that it's hard to remember them all. But there are a few that I remember like they happened yesterday. One of these events happened on a 130-acre ranch outside of Houston, Texas. My buddy, who we will call D for the sake of privacy, inherited this ranch from a family member who passed. It had been in his family for well over 100 years. It had a long dirt road that went straight from the front gate, through pastures of cows, and then past a thick forest off to the left that was great for hunting hogs and deer. We would go out and shoot guns and drink in the pasture closest to the back of the property. I know it was not the most responsible pastime. One morning I woke up before the sun was in the sky, packed up some ammo, my .45 and my .30-06 rifles, and headed out towards the woods. As I began walking from the house, I started hearing footsteps behind me. All I had for light was a small mag light that was apparently dying. I thought maybe the footsteps were that of a dog. Perhaps it got out and I didn't even notice. I would stop for a couple of steps out of sync with mine, and then it would stop. Shortly after, I would swing the flashlight around, scanning the trees and grass, and I would see nothing. No dogs and no animals at all. I finally came to the dirt road that led to the back of the property and headed down it. All the while, these footsteps continued to follow. Only having light enough to see about 7 or 8 feet in front of me, I moved slowly. Something white on the ground, on the left side of the dirt road, caught my eye. I stopped and knelt down to see a ring of small white pebbles in a circle on the ground. I thought it was odd as it was private property and the only people on it were me and Dee was back at the house passed out. I don't know if this was anything to do with that, but I saw something a couple of minutes earlier. I walked another couple of 100 feet and suddenly got an eerie feeling, like I was being watched. There was about a small 8-foot tall hay shed to the left of the dirt road. To the left of it, I noticed a shadow moving. I pulled my .45 and crept closer. This thing was taller than the shed by at least a foot, skinny, and almost looked skeletal. It was humanoid in appearance, if only for the presence of its arms and 2 legs that made it stick upright. The legs, though. The legs bent backwards like a dog or something. Its head was bulbous like they describe aliens. As I crept closer, now about 10 feet away, my gun was still drawn. I flashed the dim beam of light in its direction, and in a flash, this thing rounded the shed, and in 2 long strides leaped over the entire road and disappeared into the darkness. This road is as wide as your regular neighborhood road, so needless to say it was quite the jump. I wish I could say that was all this and it was gone, but it wasn't. I wasn't brave enough to make a shot either because I was so shocked and trembling so bad that even if I had shot at it, I probably would have missed. The aura this thing gave off was pure evil. I stood in shock for what seemed like forever. I finally called Dee on my cell phone, who was still sleeping at the house in front of the property, and frantically whispered, "Dude, come get me right now. There's something out here with me and it's not human." Dee came out as fast as his hangover self could muster. From where I was, I could make out the headlights from his truck in the far distance. I booked it. He picked me up and took me back to the house. I was shaken up for weeks, always scanning the darkness outside, hoping to not see it again. A year later, I decided to face my fear and go looking for this creature that I believe is still out there. That, however, is a story for another time. This happened when I was still about 5 years old. Living in a country in Southeast Asia, urban legends are common things here. But what I saw back then is unheard of and only my family knows about it. When I was still a baby, my parents didn't have their own house. My grandparents agreed to provide us with a house that was located in an open field village with only 3 other houses built and are about 500 meters away from each other. Even though the house was a bit uncomfortable being surrounded by tall grass in the middle of nowhere, we had no other choice. 5 years had passed, and we didn't encounter any problems. My parents always remembered to lock all the doors and windows, especially at night. However, one night around 4 a.m., which was still really dark out where I live, I was suddenly awoken for no reason. Our room was facing directly at the living room, and for some reason, my parents didn't like closing our bedroom door. Because of this, I had a full view of our couch, TV, and windows, all facing my direction. I noticed someone or something sleeping on our couch. It was still dark and the only source of light was from our bedroom lamp and the moonlight, so I thought it might be my dad. I looked over to my left and then saw that both my mom, dad, and sister were all sleeping beside me. This sent chills down my spine since whoever was sleeping on our couch shouldn't be in our house. At this moment, I was wide awake. I looked at the thing again and squinted my eyes to have a better examination of whoever was sleeping on our couch. As I did this, I concluded this thing wasn't human. It was big, like really big, about the height of a 6-foot person and the width of a grizzly bear, maybe even wider. I also noticed that this creature had really sharp edges around his body. Then, my gaze towards that thing stopped as the creature started to move in an attempt to stand up. I was so scared and didn't know what to do, so I just closed my eyes and tried my best to pretend that I was asleep. Not even 1 minute later, my 3-year-old sister started shaking furiously out of nowhere. I immediately looked back at the thing sleeping in her couch and was shocked to see that it wasn't there anymore. My sister's shaking woke up my parents as far as I know. She was having some sort of seizure. This shocked and confused my parents since our sister didn't have any illnesses around that time. Regardless, My parents called an ambulance. As the ambulance arrived, my dad carried my sister outside the house. When we reached our house's front gate, my sister stopped having a seizure. Instead, she stared at something. Something was on our front porch. As I looked at what she was staring at, a cold sweat started dripping all over my body, and I was just shook at what I saw. It was the creature. This time, with its visible red eyes, full of rage, destroying my bicycle apart. I ran outside the house as we all rode to the ambulance. We still lived in that house for another 3 years after buying our own home. As far as I know, only my sister and I had seen whatever that thing was. Up to this day, I still have no idea what it was, and I still have questions regarding that thing. What is it? How did it enter our house? And was it all in our imagination? And was it the reason behind my sister's sudden seizure? 13 years later, and the questions are still unanswered. I was a 15-year-old girl at the time and had recently just turned 15, and I was also very, very dumb. My story begins at home. It was around 10 at night and my friend and I decided we were hungry. We thought we could just walk 4 blocks down to the gas station to grab a quick snack, although it was quite dark out. As we were walking, we felt as if something was watching us, so we walked a bit faster, until my friend looks at me in a stutter. Do you see that? I turned around to see something crouched over on the sidewalk a few feet behind us. It didn't look exactly human. It was shaped differently and much, much bigger. We are now keeping our eye on it as we walk backwards when it starts to stand up. At this point, I see a big shadowy figure growing and coming towards us. We ran as fast as we could to the store and calmed down. As we began our walk home, we took a different route, but we still felt very on edge. We finally reached my house and got inside, and nothing was out of the ordinary. We were sitting down trying to understand what we just saw, until we heard my cat make a deep growl in the hallway. We turned to see that she had her hair standing up and was hissing. She saw something we didn't see, and it was very clear. She ran around in a panic, and that just freaked us out even more. Finally, I decided to give up and knock on my bedroom wall, toward the door my cat was mostly avoiding. I heard these 3 knocks come back. That being said, my friend left my house, crying, and I no longer live there. I have had many, many experiences in that house, but this was probably the craziest one because it happened in front of somebody else, so we could actually validate that I was not crazy, and something creepy was definitely following us home that night. Now whether it was a cryptid or a ghost or something else, I don't know. But thank you for sharing my story. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed these allegedly true, creepy encounters with cryptid creatures, be sure to hit that like button as it helps me out a ton. If you're new to the swamp, why not hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to never miss a new video, as I upload them almost every single day and all things.
Creatures lurking in the shadows? Yeah, me too. But what if I told you that they're not all campfire tales, and that some of these legendary beasts might just be animals shrouded in mystery? From bloodthirsty vampire creatures to hairy, 2-legged demons from the jungle, These are 5 of the best-known animal cryptids debunked, some that I've even searched for myself. Our first legendary creature's name literally translates to the goat sucker from Spanish, and it's been the talk of many a late-night campfire tale. The chupacabra is said to roam the Americas, with sightings stretching from Puerto Rico to the United States and beyond. Picture this: a creature with thick, scaly, greenish-gray skin, sharp spines or quills running down its back, standing about 3 to 4 feet tall. Some say it moves in a kangaroo-like hop, adding to the mystique of its presence. Back in 1975, the small town of Moca, Puerto Rico was rocked by a series of mysterious livestock killings. Dubbed the Vampire of Moca, these attacks set the stage for the chupacabra legend. Each victim, whether it be goat or chicken, was found with small circular incisions drained of blood. Spooky, right? Fast forward to March 1995, when the chupacabra truly made its mark. 8 sheep turned up dead in Puerto Rico, each with 3 puncture wounds to the chest and not a drop of blood left. Then, eyewitnesses started coming forward, like Madeline Tolentino, who claimed to have seen the creature in action amidst the wave of farm animal massacres. But the chupacabra wasn't content with just Puerto Rico. Reports of similar attacks poured in from countries all over the Americas, painting a picture of a bloodthirsty beast on the loose. Now, let's separate fact from fiction here. After years of speculation, Benjamin Radford's investigation in 2011 revealed a surprising twist. The chupacabra might not be what we think. You see, that distinctive description of reptile-like creature with spines and a kangaroo-like hop, turns out it's eerily similar to a sci-fi horror movie creature named Syl from the film Species. Yep, Madeline Tolentino, one of the earliest eyewitnesses, had watched the movie before her report. Talk about a plot twist. And as for those reports of animals drained of blood, well, no necropsy ever confirmed it. Dr. David Morales analyzed hundreds of supposed chupacabra victims and found no evidence of bloodsucking. In fact, I actually think that the chupacabra sightings in the United States could be explained by coyotes or wolves with mange, causing them to lose fur and go on a livestock hunting spree out of desperation. So essentially, the chupacabra might just be a case of mistaken identity, fueled by a mix of Hollywood hype and wildlife misfortune. Up next, we have something that I personally searched for, and you won't believe what I found: the Awanchi. According to ancient Peruvian myth, the Awanchi is described as 2-legged demons from hell. It's a legend as old as the communities living in the area, and people believe these creatures come to punish the damned. This creature is said to be too heavy for tree branches, with alleged witnesses describing them as giant man-shaped monkeys covered in long black hair and pimples. Yep, giant hairy pimple monkeys from hell. It's said to stand around 4 feet tall, with thick, well-muscled arms and thighs, and a short tail about 5 inches long. The Awanchi is reported to be a solitary animal, though some hunters have supposedly spotted them feeding alongside troops of spider monkeys. They mostly stay in the trees, but will come down to defend themselves, rearing up and charging on their
Woo! That was a close lightning strike.
on what this could be. And although they sound dangerous, the Awanchi are reportedly entirely herbivorous, feasting on wild fruits and palm. In 2020, my wife Jess and I were actually contacted by a farming family in Peru who believed their livestock were being terrorized by the supposed Awanchi. Bordered by the Andes mountain range and the Pacific Ocean on the west, Peru is an enormous but very remote country. It's more than 3 times the size of California. The farmer told me the Awanchi was descending from the Andes foothills and described it as a small, hairy, mythological man scaring his livestock. Now, when I hear reports like this, I try and immediately key out the list of possible suspects. And for this case, the puma was at the top of my list. But get this, the farmer has seen tons of pumas before. They've even attacked his livestock, and he was absolutely convinced that it wasn't a puma. My wife and I also knew that it can't be a giant monkey coming and scaring his livestock, so we were left pretty stumped as to what this creature might actually be. So Jess and I set up trail cameras and proximity alarms around his farm, and one night the alarms went off like crazy. We rushed outside in PJs to see what was triggering them. Using my night vision binos, I spotted a big, black, furry animal in a tree. Definitely not a monkey, but it was the Awanchi itself, a spectacled bear, the only bear native to South America. But it all makes sense. They're super rare. It's the last remaining short-faced bear in the world, with its extinct cousins being able to stand over 11 feet tall. Jess and I never suspected it was spooking the llamas, because while it is a predator, the diet of the spectacled bear is only around 5% meat. This bear mostly survives on orchids, fruits, and bromeliad hearts, similar to the description of the Awanchi. And when they posture up on their hind legs, along with its short face, it only makes it look that much more like a man. And with a weight averaging between 150 and 250 pounds, it's roughly the same size as a person too. Now let's talk about something we all know and love, and I think there may be a logical explanation for this: the Loch Ness Monster. Known affectionately as Nessie, this mysterious creature is said to inhabit the waters of Loch Ness, a deep freshwater loch in the Scottish Highlands. Descriptions of Nessie vary, but most accounts describe a large creature with a long neck resembling a plesiosaur. Some say it has one or more humps that break the surface of the water as it moves. The legend dates back centuries, but the first modern-day sighting came in 1933, when a couple reported seeing a massive creature cross the road and disappear into the loch. Since then, countless sightings have been reported, including the world-famous account from 1934, known as the surgeon's photograph, which allegedly showed the creature's head and neck protruding from the water. A picture I'm sure you're all familiar with. However, it was later revealed to be a hoax. Further reports include sonar readings, photographs, and even videos, but none have been conclusive. So, despite the wealth of anecdotal evidence, most of the supposed photographs and videos have been debunked over the years. Yet, the legend of Nessie lives on. So, now what is this monster really? That's the big question. Some scientists believe it could be misidentification of known animals. For instance, there are large European eels in the loch that could explain some of the sightings. Imagine a massive eel swimming around and surfacing from time to time and breaking the surface with those humps, that snake-like movement. It would definitely catch your eye. Then, there are otters and seals that are known to visit the loch, and their swimming behavior could definitely contribute to the legend. There's even famous pictures of groups of harbor seals jumping in Loch Ness, which to the untrained eye could look exactly like the coils of a Loch Ness monster. But take this. One interesting theory involves a shark. These ancient sharks can grow up to 20 feet long, which is wild, and they are known to inhabit the North Atlantic. They are dark in color and have a small dorsal fin, some similarities to the descriptions of Nessie. Some sightings could easily be one of these huge guys swimming close to the surface. But with that piece of information, there are also other things going on in the loch that might confuse people, like boat wakes and floating logs. They can mess with the water's surface and make it look like something's moving beneath it. Plus, wind and waves can cause water patterns that mess with our eyes, so it might not always be a monster, but just some natural phenomenon. As for the plesiosaur theory, while it sounds like a cool idea, it just doesn't add up. A creature that big would need to surface often to breed, and we'd see it way more frequently. Plus, the loch is relatively young in geological terms. So, there is one other theory of the Loch Ness Monster that I absolutely love, and in fact, this is my theory. Wait for it, whale penis. Yep, you heard me right. So we're going to put up a picture on screen here, and you're going to take a look at what Nessie looks like next to a whale penis. Yep, I know how ridiculous this sounds, but when whales are mating, they will often roll over and get their little puppy-like red rocket that when you're a whale is pretty gigantic, and it looks just like the Loch Ness Monster. I think that the most likely cause of the Loch Ness Monster sightings could be a young whale coming into the loch and getting a little randy with himself. But at the end of the day, what people are probably seeing in the loch, as far as Loch Ness goes, is a mix of different animals and natural occurrences. Whether it's whale penis or waves, the list of possibilities we have just gone through just goes to show the sheer number of possibilities possibilities as to what this animal might be, but the legend of the Loch Ness Monster continues to capture our imagination forever. Next up is another cryptid species that I went and personally debunked in the Midwest myself, a mysterious
Whale
species
wing.
that's been the talk of the town in the wilds of Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas for ages. The Ozark Howler is said to be a hybrid creature with the tail of a cat, the body of a dog, and when it stands on its hind legs, it reaches an impressive 9 feet tall. Its most distinctive characteristic is its chilling howl, a combination of a wolf and elk sound that ends in what some describe as a woman screaming. Talk about spooky, right? Others speculate it might be a misidentified or unrecognized big cat, a wild boar, or an eastern woodland bison. Over the years, cryptozoologists and anthropologists alike, and even folklorists, have weighed in, drawing comparisons between the howler and legendary beasts. Some say the howler is a dark omen predicting death for those who see it. But is it all true? I went to Missouri to search for the Ozark Howler myself. Let me tell you, the wilderness out there is amazing. Lush, green, dense forests, tons of caves, incredible creeks everywhere. It really is a place where a cryptid like the Ozark Howler could potentially hide out. The locals there shared encounters that included a distinctive howl and musky smell, key traits attributed to the howler. Yet, these characteristics can also be found in common animals
Hi,
such as
Glug.
mountain lions, black bears,
How are ya?
all kinds of stuff, even skunks. Then, the big reveal came when we stumbled upon a moonshiner who showed us a pelt and a skull his grandfather claimed were from an Ozark Howler, shot in the 1920s. Upon closer inspection, we found that the fur matched that of a North American red wolf, a species that once roamed the entire southeastern United States. It's a critically endangered species, and currently there are less than 20 known American red wolves left in the wild, occupying less than 1% of their original range, which explains how such a rare creature could be mistaken for a mystery animal. Now, here's an interesting twist.
2 inches of
Moonshiners
ice?
in the region have historically played
That's
a
nasty.
significant role in expanding the myth of the Ozark Howler. So what would happen was, and the timelines for this really line up, which is kind of fun, you can see it on our Mysterious Creatures show, is during Prohibition, moonshiners would retreat to hidden areas in the woods. Now, if police or trespassers were in the area, these moonshiners would actually come out of their huts and howl and try and perpetuate and build up this myth to scare people away from busting them. So while the American red wolf was diminishing, and what happens when wolf numbers diminish? Well, they howl to locate each other, and so this howling started to perpetuate this myth. The moonshiners would then pick up on that and exacerbate it and make it even larger than life and tell stories of the Ozark Howler to keep cops away from the areas they were distilling all of this alcohol and trying to get away during Prohibition. So really, it's interesting how something that is founded in fact, like the fact that we know the American red wolf is being driven towards regional extinction, and that it would start howling and become cryptic and weird to see, and that's likely what Daniel Boone shot at. When you couple that with perpetuating the legend and the myth as the moonshiners did to try and keep the police out, it really begins to take shape and support the idea of this cryptid known as the Ozark Howler. And one thing we learned while we were there is that these moonshiners even used homemade growlers, is what they called them, which were devices made from buckets and strings that produced a chilling sound that really mimicked the description of the legendary howler's cry. So locals would hear these sounds in the woods and spread tales of the fearsome creature, amplifying the myth over time and perpetuate the story. But sadly, the real animal, the American red wolf, was the one that suffered. So what's the takeaway? The Ozark Howler is likely just a case of misidentification of other existing animals like red wolves, black bears, and mountain lions, and to think that these people could have potentially had encounters with some of the last remaining wild North American red wolves, honestly, I'm just incredibly jealous. Next up, a mythical water-dwelling entity that is said to inhabit the dense and unexplored regions of the Congo River Basin, Mokele Bembe.
About an
Imagine a
hour to
large
drive in.
bipedal herbivore,
Yeah.
smooth skin, a long neck, and
Ice.
horn.
Ice sucks to drive on. I know that.
Sightings of Mokele Bembe have long been reported by the Pygmies, the local inhabitants of the region, who have an unparalleled knowledge of the flora and fauna of the forest. They describe the creature as rare, but still part of the living fauna in the Congo today. Now remember, thanks to identical accounts given by them, Western science has been able to discover animals like the gorilla and the okapi, so it shouldn't go disregarded. The first modern report comes from a German captain in 1913 who described an enormous reptile in his survey of the area. More accounts followed, including tales of the creature's path near the river, its preference for certain plants, and even reports of it attacking canoes. While the evidence of Mokele Bembe's existence is mainly anecdotal, there have been numerous expeditions to try and find this mysterious creature. However, just like other cryptids, the hunt for Mokele Bembe remains elusive. Now, what could Mokele Bembe really be? Well, some experts believe that the reports might be a combination of different animals and the region's dense environment. A common theory is that it is actually a black rhinoceros, which once used to thrive in Central Africa, where the stories of Mokele Bembe originated. But sadly, it has become increasingly rare and is regionally extinct throughout much of its range. Other possible explanations include crocodiles, elephants, or even an unknown species of large animal roaming the jungles and rivers. Take this. In 1909, a zoologist by the name of Carl Hagenbeck speculated that sauropods may still live in Africa based on recently discovered dinosaur bones. But let's face it, that's pretty unlikely. There's no concrete evidence supporting that. The dense forests and unexplored regions of the Congo make it challenging to study the area, and the Pygmies' descriptions add credibility to the legend. But my scientific consensus leans more towards more grounded explanations, such as misidentification of known animals. I think that this legend has come about as a result of many creatively varied stories from around the region. Having grown up in Zimbabwe, I know too well that stories like this can be perpetuated through numerous narratives and accounts. All in all, the legend of Mokele Bembe adds to the mystery and allure of the Congo River Basin. Whether it's a mix of different known animals or something entirely new, we may never know for sure. Well, there it is. 5 of the most well-known cryptids debunked. Well, at least kind of debunked. It just goes to show that if you take a little bit of time to come to your senses and think of a scientific explanation on what you saw, we probably wouldn't have half the cryptids we have today. Anyway, let me know your thoughts. Let me know if you learned something new. And hey, if you have a scientific explanation as to what some other crazy cryptids might be.
Well, it wasn't cryptid encounters, but it was definitely had to do with cryptids. Whoa. I see a dragon in the distance. It looks like he's puking everywhere. Barf. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like he's puking all over everything. That or he's pissing. Golden lockpick. Hmm. Yeah, it's got pretty jumpy recoil on it. Pretty savage sounding dragon, though. If I'd known that was here, I wouldn't have come over to this town. I'd have gone to a different town.
I am the master of the Clint. Remember this fucking face. Wherever you see Clint, you'll see this fucking face. I make that shit work. I am the Clint commander.
I am Mari. How you doing? How was your weekend, MRE? Noisy ass dragon. Not what I thought it would be. Yeah, how's your weather, MRE? Is it shitty like everywhere else? True. But I don't like snow. So how shitty is it? Yeah, ice just makes everything terrible. Okay, I gotta get away from that dragon. He is far too noisy. He's way over there, too. He's noisy as hell. Yeah, he's definitely giving it his all. Giving it every bit. Wants to be heard. Check the rail cars. Check the rail cars. Leather sewing kits. Pokeballs. Christmas lantern. I like Christmas lantern. That's pretty awesome. No batteries required. Plenty of light off of it. Lion statue? Yeah, that's a first. Never found a lion statue before. Another Bitcoin. Makes 2 Bitcoins that I've found so far. Tier 2 backpack. Okay. Where's that shit when I first got on? Fuck. Not that it really matters. I mean, we had an admin give us a backpack anyways. Canned pork. Yummy, tasty canned pork. Beavis. Shut up, Beavis. Wow, finding a lot of EVA 8 fucking mags all of a sudden. Another octane knife, though. Off bike for baggies. Lame. And a smoker kit, which you can't sell the kits. 20 rounds of 50 BMG. Ow! You mother... Oh, fuck! Ugh. I hope I'm up on the wall. Honestly, I hope I'm up on the wall. One of them got up high enough to grab my leg and then exploded. Oh, he fucking hit me from behind. Fucker. Yeah. Little shit bags. I couldn't swap my gun out quick enough to start wiping them out. Fortunately, I have a splint on me, but I gotta get somewhere that I'm out of the way. Hopefully they de-aggro. Nope, they don't. If I can get this off, I should be able to limp away. You mother... This is probably gonna kill me. This will probably kill me. And then I'll have to run back to this area. Fortunately, I think it takes me to the nearest hospital, which is right here in Electro. So, which is not far away. Fortunately. And I'll have my guns on me. So, there's that. And all of my gear. So I'll get some free gear out of it. Yeah, see what I mean? They'll keep beating me up and fucking until I die. And they don't de-aggro like fucking zombies do. Well, they sort of de-aggro, but not very well. And I'm pretty sure I'm bleeding out, so... What I need is a fucking baller's fucking splint. Oh yeah, I'm fucking flashing. Just let him fucking... Oh, there's another one fucking latched onto me that's gonna blow up. I'm screwed. And I don't have any of the health things that do the instant heal fucking shit. Be nice if I did. Yeah. Suicide will be enabled in 1 second. I can go into the light now, or I can wait and go to the hospital. And I think that's like 3 minutes. So we'll wait the 3 minutes. I'll go to the hospital, which should be right here in Electro. I'll run around and find a spot where I can get up high enough. Or if they've all despawned or de-aggroed and moved away, then I can just go over and grab all my shit. Second time I've died tonight to these little fucking stuffed bastards. Nice thing is another player can come over and revive you. They can come over, wipe out the little bastards, and then revive me, and I'll be good. But I don't think anybody's down here in fucking Electro, so the nearest person might be over in Cherno fighting the dragon, but they're not gonna know. You know what I mean? $60. Revive in 60 seconds. The new movie with Nicolas Cage. Instead of Gone in 60 seconds. Which was fairly well received. remake. Definitely wasn't like the original. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to hospital. See, unfortunately, all of my shit's still on me, so even if I choose not to go back for my shit, it's just the clothing that's not there. Well, last time it fucking... Yeah. Takes a second for everything to start registering. All of a sudden, everything pops up yellow for thirst and stuff, so... And... Oh. Um... Um... Wait, what the fuck? Where the fuck am I? Oh my god, I'm clear the fuck up in Berezino. Oh, this is fucking horrible. God damn it. I fucking hate it when servers do this bullshit. Electro. That's so annoying. So now I have to run to One Trader, teleport to the fucking headquarters, and then run from there down to fucking Electro. But I've got all of my shit back, but I still have to go get my fucking bike. Because they're fucking packing oh my god. Because their packing mod doesn't fucking work. Ugh. And they want you to pack the fucking vehicle, but you can't pack the fucking vehicle. That's why I didn't pack it up when I fucking land. And it's a server restarts. We'll try to make it back there to get the bike, but I can try a trick and make sure slot number 1 is open, and it's in my vest. If slot number 1's open, it might allow it to pack in there. If it allows it to pack that way, then that tells me they have it set up. They haven't made any changes to it. But I hate that. It should spawn you at the closest hospital, not the farthest away. Server still down or what? Oh, no. It's trying to connect. It's thinking. Oh, and now it's raining again, of course. Uh, 3.6 or 4.4. If we run to the Altar Trader, I can refill my water bottle. I thought they had auto run on here. Apparently they don't. Well, that's lame. Fuck it. Or maybe they should just heal you and drop you at the headquarters like a freshie. I didn't think about that. Making sure that position 1 is open in my inventory. Slot number 1. Should be able to stop in here and get water. I do like that you can go to the hospital and all your shit goes with you. And then it just leaves a dead body there. And then if you can make it back to your dead body, you get that gear that you can they actually let you sell the spawn gear because it's ballers. But if you lose the gear, you're not out anything because you're wearing all the shit that you died with anyway, so. All I'm really worried about is making it back to the bike, so. Hopefully it didn't get fucking deleted. If it did, I'll have to put in a ticket. And then explain to them that the packing wrench doesn't fucking work. But I'm going to try a new trick and see if it does work. Well, it's actually not a new trick, it's an old trick, but the thing is they need to make it so that it puts your receipt in your inventory no matter where, no matter what. At the first available fucking space, not just anywhere. This is kind of cool. Yeah, you squeaky yourself right into the grave, bitch. Little bastards. Kind of figures I'd run across something like this on the way. Nice thing is, I don't think they're running loose out in the woods like some of the vanilla zombies do. Think I can get water here? Not entirely sure. Mm. Pumps to the donation cart. Possibly, I don't know. I'm just kind of running around like a nitwit. Oh, they are. Good eye, Anthony. Good eye. Thanks for looking out, homie. Three kilometers. That away. Running back to the dead body. Running back to my dead body. I don't normally sprint everywhere like this, but kind of want to find out if the server deleted the fucking sleigh bike. Because that bike slays. Oh, you were definitely helpful, Anthony. Looking out for the blind streamers. Oh, bike's still there. Is there? Take the wrench. Slot number 1 should be open. We're going to move these out of the way. But we'll make sure all 4 slots are open. Nope. Does not work. I'll have to ask them about that. Why their shit don't work. Why doesn't your stuff work? Honestly? Can you tell me why? I don't think you can, because I doubt you know. But like this, though, we can move all this shit out of the way. Cargo pants. Yeah. Make sure slot 1's open everywhere. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Makes a hideous mess out of my fucking inventory, but whatever. Nope. It does not work. Your vehicle packing mod is broken. Because it is a piece of shit. Is garbage. Just saying. Why can't I sell that? Oh, it's attached to a fucking bag.
Are you offering that to them, Salty? Hey guys, Salty just gave you two backpacks, so you guys have something. Murphy, Speed. Yeah, Salty just gave you a backpack each, so you have something to carry your stuff with. Don't wave at me. Thank Salty. Salty's the one that added. I have nothing on my in my.
Being a nice guy. Lurking while working. Now I have some free time. What server is this? This is Lost Colony is what it's called. And have some other shit. I just gotta get rid of this stuff. Although, I'm gonna eat the cereal. Oh, that's an airdrop key. Okay. Well, I'm not getting rid of that. I'm gonna hold on to that. Yeah, it's got quite the laundry list of mods. I can get rid of a bunch of this shit too. Those are 500 round EV. Oh, I want to save those though. The Dragon Mags and the Hemlock. Ooh, beer and powdered milk. Mmm. Does that not sound tasty? Mm-mm-mm. Beer and powdered milk. What a combo that would make. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Seasonal. Might be collectibles, I guess. I don't know. Oh, clothing. Nope. Oh, I can't sell that ammo either. But I can sell that ammo. 2 bucks around. 200 grand. Those paid off pretty good. Scopy scopes. Where that suppressor? Oh, it put it on my gun. Okay. Alrighty then. Like this and pause it. All of it. Close that. Open. Go. Okay. Okay. Let's exit out. Exit out of there, and let's see who's on Twitch this morning. Anybody available to? Playing Daisy this morning, buddy. He was playing Project Zomboid again. And everybody over to, oh crap, 10 hours. Well, we made it back. We got a hold of. Yeah, I'm hopping off. I've been on for 10 hours, so I'm going to, looks like I'm gonna send everybody over to Tuna. He's not playing DayZ, but he is playing a zombie game. You might recognize it, 7 Days to Die. We'll send you all over there. If I had started later, I probably would be sending you to someone else because there'd be more choices later on in the morning for people to choose from. Yeah. Send everybody over to, we'll send everybody to Tuna. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows, the bits, the subs, the resubs this week. We haven't hit any new goals yet, but you know, it's still early in the month. So, if you get an opportunity to, Silky Goat's wife is in the hospital now. If you have the ability to, perhaps stop by his stream, help him out a little bit. $1 or $2 goes a long way when it adds up over time with a lot of people helping out. So, but only donate if you can afford to donate. If you can't afford to donate, show some support to him by just being there for his stream, you know. Keep his chat busy, keep it lively in there, keep him in good spirits, you know. Just every little thing helps. Yeah, they cannot seem to catch a break, and they're starting off the year pretty bad. If you can help, there are links during his streams, and there's also his Discord. You can go there, you can find that out, you know. Like I said, if you can't do anything else, maybe pop in and keep his chat lively for him. Keep his spirits up. Whatever you can do, you know, every little bit helps. I'm going to send everybody over to Tuna in the meantime. You know, I don't know what time. I think he'll be back on today. I don't know what time. So show Silky some support if you can. But till Thursday, I love y'all. I'll see you around on Twitch somewhere, I'm sure. And remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Love y'all. Bye.